We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on love. 'Cause we must live up to our name. Strike once, we can't let go. Strike twice, reaching this We'll take up arms, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on love. 'Cause we must live up to our
closer, but with the deepest red. Beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands light to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Yeah, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Yeah. I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Whoa! 15
metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
My king, how was I supposed to know? Everyone will falter when you die. And as we speak, the army of our enemy is approaching our gates. We cannot fly. Behold, my son, there's a way to save you all. Don't you despair, don't be petrified. There is an armor, ancient magic made it strong, and you shall wear it when you face the fight. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thorn mail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we Well done, my son. It's the way to save you all. But don't you think the realm's been purified? Creatures of darkness are still longing for your foe. Keep them in thrall. It's time to smite and ignite. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thorn mail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. still we're standing, basking in the light. No more we ever speak of tears of reckoning. No voice calling from the dark days of old. Was victorious. The memory remains, worlds falling away. Some tell me now the fortune of the realm. Call on us now to wipe out all the traitors. The earth trembled as we gathered ashore for the lands we swore to hold. For our kingdom glorious. Some tell me now the fortune of the realm. Call on us now to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to hold. For our kingdom glorious.
变化永远指引着两条路，向后一步是固步自封，泯然众人；向前一步是君子豹变，奇闻未也。战场与对手在变，登峰与涅槃成为了悬于所有队伍头顶的利剑。迈向登峰，鏖战远远没有结束；跌入涅槃，更要经受锤炼之苦。即使是晨光熹微，也要踏上自己坚信的骑士之路。命运与心境在变，有人改换门庭，为的是在既定的轨道里改写故事。 有人破釜沉舟，求的是在别人的剧本里成为变量；有人一路坦途，天赋异禀，惊艳世人，要的是境随心转，不变应万变。起点与终点在变，拼命追赶奔赴的远方，可能是猎场；整装待发的起点，可能是别人的梦想。季后赛只是新的起跑线，发令枪响，尘埃未定，莫问归途。
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the LPL. Welcome back to playoffs. It is day 4 here in Suzhou at LNG's arena, and we've got yet more action coming your way. We've got our bout of Group Ascend. In fact, there is only Group Ascend remaining in the tournament at this stage. But we have kind of the middle of the table battle here from Group Ascend. AL and FPX, two teams that started strong, faltered halfway through, and now in playoffs want to prove themselves trouble.
So many cool stories behind both of these teams. Milky Way's road to Worlds. Is it going to continue? Are they back? Are they looking hot? Was it a fluke versus TT? Was it just because they were playing against the team Nirvana? Best of. Now AL looked so hot at the beginning of the split in the placements, going 7-1, then coming in hot with a 3-game series back to back to back. And then it was chaos, and they're coming off of a lose streak, if you will, in that Group Ascent, ready to redeem themselves in this best-of.
Let's take a look at this bracket right now, because we have had the last 2 days have both been 5-game series in playoffs. We are just 1 game short so far of the maximum games available to play here in playoffs, and I'm hoping that trend continues here. We're down in game number 4, AL versus FPX. The winner of this series will go on to face Top Esports. And I think it's at this point that I want to quickly mention some of the stakes of this series. And that's that if FPX wins this series, not only are they qualified for the regional tournament and have their chance to make it to Worlds, but also, and I know a lot of people at home are worried about this one, JDG will then be eliminated. However, if AL wins this series, they're 1 step closer. They won't quite qualify for regionals, but they'll be 1 step closer. But importantly, JDG and a ruler is one of the fan favorites that people are biting their nails about, will still theoretically be possible to make it to Worlds.
I was never told that there was going to be such a dichotomy between hearts when it comes to the LPL and when you walk into playoffs. On one side, you've got Milky Way, one of the most hyped junglers, joining the LPL, getting rookie of the split of the year rather. And then you want to see him in Worlds. You want to see him versus the best of the best, battling it out. And on the other side, you've got Kanavi, you've got Ruler, some huge names over at JDG who, in their own right, they lost the right to be able to fight for it as they lost versus NIP. And then you've got Rookie moving forward. And then on the other side, you're like, but AL was so hyped. We want to see them as a representative from the LPL in Worlds. More seeds? I'm just throwing it out there. Maybe 4 is not enough.
This is the curse of LPL, right? There are too many teams that you want to see succeed. And one of the teams I've been wanting to see succeed all year long is AL. Because when you look across this roster, you know, I'm an old school fan of both Shanks and Hope. These guys have come from teams that I've loved a long time. Ala as well, like an absolute legend of the league, and he's on anyone's legend now. I feel like this is a roster that just has so much potential, and they've shown a lot of potential. I mean, their placement group, where they went 7-1 with NIP and Weibo within that same group, absolutely phenomenal. But in terms of the individual stories as well, I think Shanks, this has been his year where he's gone from just another mid laner in the LPL to a real contender. And for me, this is the playoffs where he has the opportunity to really prove that he is that contender, that he can take it to some of the other big names within the LPL.
I think in terms of laning phase and innovation, Shanks has been absolutely one of the, I want to say top 4, even top 3 mid laners in the LPL, and that's That's not to be taken lightly with people like Knight and Rookie in the league and Cream stepping up. I feel like he really did give all of those a run for their money. But I feel like individually, if you look at the entire roster of AL, individually, they're so freaking good at what they do. You mentioned Ale being able to bring in those carries over in the top side of the map. Kroko and Shanks were one of the best mid-jungle duos earlier on in summer, and Hope and KL were straight up 2v2 in some of the best bot lanes that we have in the LPL. Elkan On being among them, of course. And I feel like with AL, there's a bit of a confusion because they started off so well, but then it has been a bit of a fumble, and I think it's been the same story for FPX, as we're going to be seeing. Of course, the starting roster for them as well. They started off so hot, especially in spring, with Milky Way coming in. Of course, he is going to be in this iteration of the roster as well, rookie of the split here. And I feel like for FPX, there's been this desire to just see them do well. It was the Milky Way show over in spring. Now it has evolved into every single member doing their best on the Rift.
Yeah, I mean, Doctorman Life actually 2v2ing Hope and KL last time these two teams played. However, AL later on in the game still managed to turn that series into a 2-0. But Care, in the most recent series, I don't think many people have been looking at Care as like the big name of this roster. He's kind of flown under the radar for most of the split. But Care with a triple MVP in this series against TT, kind of showing that it's not the Milky Way show anymore. It's not the Doctorman Life show. It's the Care show now.
And if you look at this champion pool, there's 16 Corki games, 7 Lucian games, 3 Zeri, the Sway, there's Ari. There were only 2 Tristana games among all those. And he got triple MVP playing Tristana in all those 3 games. Now, the one thing that scares me is that Care throughout this entire year has been quite underwhelming. Again, I spoke to a few LEC pros and they were like, you know what? It seems like a better mid laner wins, as we have the head-to-head between, of course, our 2 mid laners right here. And you can see how they're both so pivotal to their team's success. I want to take it over more towards Care because I feel like he's not been having the best year right here. And even though it was the Milky Way show over in spring, one man is not enough to pull you over that finish line. Care had an outstanding performance versus TT and showed that, you know what, better mid laner does win, and he was the better mid laner on the day. Now, can they translate this versus a mid laner that has really pushed to the very edge the best of the best in the likes of Shanks?
That'll be the question, won't it? Because Shanks, I mean, statistically, in terms of the laning phase, like highest CSD at 15 in the league, second highest for gold and XP difference at 15 minutes as well. His champion pool as well is massive. He's played 13 champions across summer. That's the second most out of any other mid laner. I mean, he's just one of those players. In fact, his solo kills as well, he's got 13 of them. He's just one of those players that it feels like when it comes to the laning phase, when it comes to him individually performing, he's really stepped up. Care on the other side, I think a lot of his highlights from that TT series were down to the skirmishes, down to the team fights, and that is fantastic. That's a great skill set to have. I do wonder how Care will fare during this laning phase, where that seems to be really what Shanks is specialized at dominating.
Now, hear me out, right? There was a very recent series in the LEC, Mad Koi versus G2. And the result was not what everyone expected. Mad Koi beat them 3 versus 2. Now, that is not the surprising and shocking thing. It is the fact that they managed to completely break G2 apart. They were dragging them down in the mud. They were fist fighting them, which is what FPX were doing versus TT. I feel like it was a whole different thing of seeing Care onto that Tristana, but a lot of the times when somebody gets accelerated on Tristana, you see a lot of side lane pressure, a lot of macro movements, play through a side lane, taking down the towers. There was none of that in that FPX versus TT series. It was Care being fed, and FPX said, right, that's our guy. We're going to shadow around. That's the guy we're going to tunnel around, and we're gonna take him around the map to win around objectives and fight. Now, AL, even though they're very willing to fight you in that early game, their macro was a lot more controlled in the mid to later stages of the game, especially when Shanks got ahead in those AD carries and tried to play through side lanes. Now, hear me out. If FPX managed to break AL's macro and force them into fist fighting, then they could very well be looking at a 1 series.
They certainly could. I mean, it's going to be an exciting one in regards to those early games, because we said this about FPX versus TT, and so many of those games were just absolute fistfights from start to finish. But importantly, one of the statistics I dropped during that first one was that FPX had the highest kills and deaths at 50 minutes in the league. Well, because of that fifth slower game against TT, they actually dropped into second place for kills at 15, and the team that is now sat pretty in first is anyone's legend. So both teams, the top two for kills at 15 minutes in the league. Like, you know, these early games are going to pop. I will say though, as you mentioned, like FPX, very happy to group up and scrap in that way. AL, I think, are much more happy to play a little bit separate. Like Croco actually has some very, very low kill participation out of the league, and his jungle proximity. A lot of the fighting early on from anyone's legend is actually like 2v2s in the bottom side, you know, 1v1s in either top or mid lane. So keep your eyes on the individual plays from anyone's legend, whereas FPX, it's much more about that grouped up play.
I feel like also Kyle had a huge part to play in that. You mentioned the 2v2 down the bot lane, but no one expects the hidden support roaming on off timers mid lane, roaming on off timers towards the top side of the map. And Kyle has been doing this consistently to try and get Shanks, to try and get Ale ahead. And I feel like supports right here will have a huge role to play in this particular best of 5, specifically because yes, we have mentioned how important mid laners are, but the reason why the mid laners are so important is because of that AD carry meta that's happening right now. You've got an AD carry in your mid lane, which one is in a safer lane, shorter lane, 2, accelerated in terms of levels, in terms of experience and gold, and having more items early on, which means that an AD carry that's been accelerated into the game can most likely dictate the pace of how that game goes. This is why we're saying that the better mid laner here who can translate the early lead that they get into the finish line is going to be the better mid laner of the day. But it's always surrounded by that jungle support that want to play around them. And Kyle has been incredibly clever in terms of the roam timers that he gets to play around Shanks.
He certainly has. I feel like Kyle has had some really creative ways of influencing the map, but I'm looking at Care on my screen right here. This is the guy that I think surprised a lot of people in that series against TT, and I'm cautiously optimistic for what he's going to bring to the table today. But similarly,
is it Tristana Munch?
I mean,
was it Tristana or was it Care?
I mean, he got an MVP on the Lucian as well. We've seen his Yone be some pretty good stuff. We've seen him, you know, historically we've seen his Azir, although in spring playoffs it definitely fell a little bit short. And honestly, that was one of the big conversations we had coming into the series between FPX and TT was, you know, Care back in spring playoffs. He had a really, really rough series, and that was the one where FPX got eliminated. Well, he's very much made up for that in the series against TT, and now, I mean, new territory for FPX, and I'm just excited to see where to go.
Again, guys, there's so many implications in this best of. If you're an FPX fan, if you want to see Milky Way on his way to Worlds together with his squad, of course, FPX need to win here, and they'll be locking a spot in the regional qualifier on their way to Worlds. AL winning here does not guarantee them that. They still need a top 4. However, if you did get sad about JDG losing to NIP, then you are most definitely an AL fan right here, because with an FPX win, JDG can no longer qualify for Worlds.
And I know a lot of people are on the edge of their seats about that one. I think a lot of people want to see the names, you know, Yago in the mid lane, Ruler, Kanavi missing. And then, of course, actually Flandre up in the top side, surprisingly, for playoffs. I don't think many people saw that coming. It was definitely a controversial roster swap coming into playoffs for JDG, but I digress. I could talk about JDG all day long. They will be watching from the sidelines, and I'm sure a lot of people at home will be crossing their fingers for them, but the two teams that also have their stakes on the line here today are AL and FPX. We mentioned it before, but AL, they don't just have to win this series to make it into playoffs. They've got to win the follow-up series as well. They literally have to make it into top 4. It is a tough run for them to make it into the World's regional gauntlet. Whereas for FPX, if they can win just this series because of the points they got in spring, they will qualify for regionals just off of the back of this best of 5. This one is everything. Obviously, every team wants to win the LPL. They want to go as far as they can into playoffs. But you know what? Securing regionals right now would be nice too.
Absolutely, especially for FPX as well, an organization that are world champions. They do have that 1 star on their jersey. A little bit of a despair moment for Europe, but hey, they are world champions.
They are, and we saw that, the spring hype video, or was it the summer hype video? We saw that shot of Crisp and Milky Way look at each other in the eyes. Crisp like passing on the gauntlet, like, come on, we gotta complete that story. Surely we have to see this story come full circle and see Milky Way at the World Championship. I mean, honestly, this split, there are so many individuals that are trying to make a miracle run, are trying to prove themselves. I think we already talked about Care and Shanks. Like, this is their split to really prove themselves. Shanks especially trying to prove himself as not just a contender, but maybe even top 3 mid laner in the league. But like Ala, another player that really wants to prove himself. We've got Rookie at the other side of the bracket who's gone absolutely Super Saiyan for playoffs. We've got Milky Way, one of the biggest stories in the LPL this year. There's just so many players that I just can't get enough of watching, and I can't wait to see how this all finishes out. I believe we're headed, though, into our first Champion Select for Anyone's Legend versus Fun plus Phoenix. Worlds on the line, and top 6 on the line for both of these teams as well. Tabe going to be the coach for AL. He came in, he changed the fortunes of these teams coming over from BLG. We'll see how that story continues.
And I feel like the big story for AL was Ale and Tabe coming in, specifically because of the way that the team was transformed to play that aggressive early game, but also have the reins to pull back in that mid, take control, use that vision for side lane plays. Their macro looked impeccable towards the start of summer, and we're looking to see it one more time here. Now, not a big shocker, a bunch of AD carries are going to get banned out. The Lucian, the Misfortune, Ziggs also very heavily targeted towards that bot lane. That's why I said AD carries. Well, he falls in the AP carry category. And I'm wondering, what are we going to go towards? Is this a Renekton of the LPL? Is it going to be an Ashe? Tristana is still a thing. And FPX, every single time they're on red side, they do prioritize in getting that Tristana onto Care. And of course, I mean, the guy got triple MVP, get him his champ.
Look at that instantly. Care gets his Tristana, and Dogdom gets an Ezreal. 2 massive priority picks for FPX. But honestly, the Ashe is a big priority pick that's usually banned away. So I'm kind of curious to see how Hope will do on the pick, just because I feel like recently we've seen so little of the Ashe. It's almost always banned. Croco going to grab that Lilia as well. So very much priority picks on the side of AL as well.
Now, what's very exciting to see here is the fact that FPX have locked in their double AD carry instantly. Care on that Tristana in the mid lane, and Dogdom onto his Ezreal. Very famous also for his Ezreal too. And I wonder what's going to happen down in the bot lane, because usually when you have Ashe and Ezreal, you're looking towards that Braum. Things that can really pin you down in lane, or things that can help you escape that hell. Now, I want to throw a bell out there that we have seen literally in the TT vs FPX series. Karma, Ezreal rise back up to the top. So locking in a Braum very early on the side of AL could be kind of catastrophic for the bot side. It's just going to be Milky Way onto his brand to match the Lilia very fast AP junglers. And I'm getting very excited right here. You mentioned Ale up the top lane for AL. I'm looking at ZDZ and I'm like, the best ZDZ has looked is on carry champions getting played for, and right here he does have that. He has the R5 to counterpick top lane.
He certainly does, and he'll need it against a player like Ale, and immediately starts banning off some of these solo lane picks, like the Jace that we saw from Flandre yesterday on JDG. Looked like a great lane pick, managed to beat out the Nazicid lane, unfortunately. That didn't actually turn into a game win. But the Alistair take it away from life as well. And hard engage is going to be one of the big questions for this next round as well, because with the Braum gone away, you'd expect maybe some hard engage supports to come on in, but there's also the option of things like the Gnar up in the top lane that can function as a hard engage tool too.
I feel like specifically for FPX, I'm looking at very slippery kind of champion sets like Rakan that works really great wonders with that Ezreal. Like, gain shift forward into getting Rakan all the way into that backline. Following up with the wombo combo for Brand. The Braum ban as well over there onto FPX, showing that they have no need for that champion, but they also do not want it paired up with Hope's Ash down the bot side of the map. And I wonder, is it going to be a more safe, sort of Cassante-ish pick towards the top side for ZDZ? He does have already 3 very squishy targets that can pump out a lot of damage. I feel like FPX does miss a little bit of that frontline engage tools on their side.
I mean, Aurora has slipped through this draft. There's been 10 bans and Aurora still made it through. Care, we've asked if he'll be able to step up in the laning phase, if he'll be able to carry. He got a triple MVP against TT, and now he's locked in Aurora for himself. This is going to be a big moment for him.
I think that's ZDZ on Aurora on the top side of the map.
Oh, of course.
We talked about him getting onto his carries, and I feel like ZDZ is going to be grabbing that new champion straight towards that top side of the map. Let's see what Ale has in response to that. I'm thinking something that can maybe pin her down. He's got so many different kind of picks, like the Camille's, the Nars, anything along those lines. If he wants to play towards that top side of the map and get Croco towards the top, he is showing Nasus right now, but I'm not going to speak about it because he's laughing. He's laughing. Oh, he's locking in.
And he's locked it
All
in.
Right.
This could well be something like the AP Nasus as well, where you do go for the Emax and try and like out-poke these poke champions. Obviously, doesn't scale quite as well as your standard Nasus that's farming the queues. We'll have to wait and see what Ale does up in that top side. Maybe just playing to scale for later stages of the game, but they got that hard engage in terms of the rel, and FPX looking for their own hard engage as life goes for the Rakan.
All right, hear me out. FPX, all hands are on deck. Self-agency on every single champion they have. They're all pretty slippery, except from Brand. But when you get close, Brand will be very happy to give his life just to get one combo of his entire damage kit out. I'm pretty sure the rest of the champions will be able to clean up space. However, FPX are playing a very BLG-esque draft right here. A lot of self-agency on every single one of their champions, but all of them extremely squishy. The only hard engage you have is coming from life onto this Rakan, also very squishy. And AL are playing a more traditional style of a draft, if you will. They've got double frontline, they've got backline, they've got terms of engage and disengage onto their kit. So for AL, it will be much easier to sort of navigate and group up as 5, whilst FPX, especially when you're playing full squishy damage champions, you're going to have to snowball that early game.
I'm really curious how this game is going to go for FPX. They're a team that, you know, against TT, love to be grouped up as a 5, but this draft insinuates they want to dominate their laning phases. They want to find individual advantages. Aurora slammed in the top lane for ZDZ, and we'll see if Ale is ready to take that one on with the Nasus lock-in as an answer. This is not the top lane I was expecting to see today, but I'm excited to witness it. But I'm looking towards that mid lane, even though it's Corki versus Tristana. Care and Shanks both here to prove themselves. Care with a triple MVP in his last series. Shanks looking like one of the best mid laners, maybe even in the whole league. This is the playoffs for him to prove that fact. And it's finally underway here, Trouble. AL versus FPX. I think a lot of people at home have been very excited about watching this series. I'm very excited to see if AL can return to form. They dominated their placement groups. They dominated their first 3 series in the Ascend group. They have been on a 5-series loss streak since that point. Now we see them in playoffs. Can they turn this ship around?
Now, let me reiterate here, it was the exact same story for FPX. They came in with a 6-game loss streak. But playoffs reignites that fire. This is do or die. This is your last chance. You don't win, you're out. You don't win, you don't get to fight for a chance for Worlds. For AL, this is step number 1 from 2 steps into getting towards Worlds. And for FPX, they do lock regional qualifiers with the win here and break the hearts of all JDG fans as they take them out of that regional qualifier spot as well.
We've got to talk about some jungle pathing here. as well, because straight off the bat, Croco has started aggressively. He went for an invade onto the Raptors. There was a ward there for Milky Way, so he'll have full information that those Raptors are gone. But Croco now just going to continue clearing on his own side and path down towards the bottom lane. I'm not sure if there's that much of an answer available for Milky Way. We'll see if he goes for anything creative.
I think it all depends on the mid lane matchup as well. With Tristana, you do get the chance to kind of push in that wave real quickly if you want to. The passive really does help onto the champion, as we have talked about AL's bot lane over and over again on the fact that they are willing to take 2v2s to take control of the bot side of the map. Now, here's the problem right here. For Milky Way heading towards the top side of the map, he has infinite priority with ZDZ poking out Ale in a melee versus ranged matchup up the top side of the map, so he will have ZDZ sort of closing in if he needs him towards that side. However, because of the dominance of Kael and Hope towards that bot side of the map, I don't think an invade towards these chickens would be possible. So Croco right here with a very great read on that level 1 grabs that one extra camp off of Milky Way, and we have seen how important these are, because if Milky Way gets going on a carry, it's very difficult to shut that guy down. So making sure that you do this off of a level 1 is great stuff to start off this series with.
Really important as well to mention is that you can see a blue ward in AL's own Raptor camp. That's because Milky Way pathed around the ward that was over at his own chickens. So suddenly everything went a bit dark for AL. They thought they knew exactly what Milky Way was doing. They will now, as the hawk shot goes up, they'll see that the camps are gone. He must be on the top side, right? Ale drops a ward in his own pixel brush. But it meant that there was an extra ward expended from the side of AL just to make sure that he wasn't over in those chickens. So Croco still clearing because he's done one extra camp, remember. He started on the opposing Raptors. He's a little bit slower to finish things off. However, with Milky Way on that top side, Croco is safe to come and grab this crab.
Isn't that crazy how one person can exert so much pressure on the map by just being there? Milky Way just being him. You have to put down the wards. You have to spot where he is as Croco's win some pressure.
Wow,
Flash for flash.
Yeah, Care gonna lose that summoner. Croco starts off the chickens. I mean, it's a mid laner advantage for AL, but he's not here just yet. Raptors will reset, but Milky Way might have to flash himself as Shanks is moving over. And Milky Way forced away, but now his flash is on cooldown and he's slowed. Milky Way's in trouble. The superstar of the split in spring, but taken down to start his playoffs run.
Summer start, Shanks and Croco were two of the best players on that mid-jungle duo that we've been looking for in that LPL, and they show this yet again. That level 1 from Croco into all the wards that went down to spot Milky Way, into taking the Ashe, using the hawk shot, making sure you trace every single step of Milky Way onto this brand, punishing by forcing flash mid. And now Milky Way and Care, the two members that actually popped off in that TT series, Care in particular, are now summonerless in their own jungle. Reminder here, Shanks has his flash available.
Yeah.
They want to play more aggressive towards that mid lane, but an incredible start for the AL squad.
Really crucially as well, we talked about Shanks versus Care and it being sort of Shanks as a laner, typically. You'd expect to be ahead in this matchup. Milky Way trying to influence the mid lane potentially. But Shanks with an early kill in the game as well, like having that item advantage for the mid lane is just such a boon to AL when, I mean, this is a mid laner that can really take over games.
And that was also our question mark here. Care coming off of a triple MVP in that TT series. Raised a lot of question marks. Is Care back? Is that where his redeeming arc starts? There is, I said there's sort of a story with LPL mid laners and just picking up in playoffs. I won't name names, but apparently Care is one of those. They did play against TT, a group Nirvana team, and this is their big task versus AL. Now FPX will be rotating live towards the top side of the map, but again, no summoner spells on Milky Way, no summoner spells onto Care. Very, very dangerous to walk into Croco, especially now that he's level 6 and got his ultimate available to him.
3v2 in the mid lane potentially. Shanks still has that flash, and oh no, the crash down. Life jumps straight into the knockup. It denies his own Engage tool. Care forced away in the mid lane. And look at this. AL, not only will they get 2 grubs on the top side, they now try and force a fight on the bottom side. And Life is the one caught out. Hope looking for a kill volley. Not even needed because he flashes over the wall to get the autos in. Docked him, forced underneath his own tower. This is early game domination. AL take over and Shanks solo kills Care.
Remember how we said AL were the bloodiest team at 15? That's exactly why. They're playing FPX around their fingers. That macro was impeccable. Ale walking down from top lane, securing the void grabs from Croco. Croco hitting level 6, which means now he's a threat because Milky Way is only level 5. Shanks pressuring mid because Care doesn't have that flash available. Whilst Hope had already shoved that bot lane and pushed up the river to sandwich any remaining members of FPX looking for an opportunity. This is impeccable teamwork coming in from AL. Indefinitely is paying off. 3-0, 7 minutes in.
And it feels like kind of a bait from AL, right? Where they start those grubs and they're like, yeah, we'll just trade grubs for Dragon, right, guys? They take the first 2 and then run straight down. And as you say, the bot lane had prio for AL, so they can pressure. In the meantime, I mean, Shanks just not missing rockets, just outplaying Care. And I think Care may be underestimating quite the damage that Shanks is bringing to that mid lane.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, FPX were a little bit in spectator mode right there. They knew they could not walk up towards the top side of the map to contest for those void grabs. Croco was already in position, Ale was moving as we mentioned, Hope had already shoved so he could actually move up and he had the arrow. So I feel like this was a very uncontested AL side of the map and FPX chose to stick around. They chose not to start the Dragon, they chose not to get a lot of vision control and they got caught in between. They got caught in the transition and AL take everything. They take the Dragon, as you mentioned. They take all 3 void grabs as well, and the 3 kills. So it's kind of like a you snooze, you lose kind of moment for FPX. If you don't take control, AL will run you over.
Certainly will, and I just want to kind of catch up with topside because there's been so much going on elsewhere. We've not really talked about this Aurora and Nasus matchup. Well, Aurora's meant to be this kind of ranged lane bully. So far, so good for Ale. He's pretty much even in CS, ever so slightly behind, but stacking up on that Nasus. He went 4 points in his E for wave clear and for poke, and now he starts to put points in his Q as well. So I'm really curious to see what he gets on this back, as he will finish his Merc Treads and a Phage. So he is going for that standard AD Nasus, but just maxing the E first to have presence in the laning phase.
And now looking towards that bot side as well, as Nasus will keep stacking and ZDZ of course on the Aurora will start getting stronger and stronger as the items start coming in. Now there has been complete vision control from the side of AL. As you can see, FPX are trying desperately to try and get Milky Way in any kind of skirmish, try to take something back. 20 CS up for Croco at this point. He's 1 level up onto Milky Way as well. That Lilia is accelerating through the game. And I feel like FPX need to start looking for answers right here. It's not becoming any easier to play towards that mid lane, so potentially you need to group up Life and Milky Way and try to shut down Shanks. He does have a pretty good bounty on his side as well onto this Corki, but starting by potentially taking a summoner and then capitalizing on a skirmish fight around those neutral objectives could be something that FPX are looking for.
Honestly, it's starting to feel like Ale actually has control of this top lane. Obviously, there's a wave there, but they're even in CS, and with the lifesteal that this Nasus has, it feels like the poke from ZDZ's Aurora just isn't really enough to make it. And look how fast Ale just one-shots the minion waves with his Emax build here. He just annihilates them and then maybe gets the move or maybe gets tower plates. Like, he just has control of the lane, which not something you necessarily expect when you see a Nasus locked in, but it seems like it's a good matchup into this top lane Aurora.
Absolutely. Now pushing her off the top lane tower as well. It's kind of bad for ZDZ as he's struggling with HP right there from all the poke that you just mentioned. They knew that Croco's Lilia was still with the top side of the map as well. Now Milky Way is looking for some towards the volley. He gets engaged on.
Oh my god, he's just stunned up forever. The volley comes in and Milky Way just has to flash away for his life. ZDZ TP's bot side, maybe a chance as Hope does get caught by the knockup. But can they finish the Ash? The answer's no. And Life is pulled back underneath the tower. No way! Hope and KL 2v4 find one.
They managed to get one down from FPX and stop the siege. FPX committing 4 members for that play down bot lane. And let's see what AL get on the map. Care.
Oh god, not again.
On the
Oh, God.
backside of this trade. He gets to walk out this time around. Does have his flash available if he needs, and does have his teleport. He got caught shoving in his wave while Shanks had the TP to get back onto it. But then again, this is becoming a little bit problematic from FPX. They are not playing a very traditional composition where they get to walk into those objectives and play it front to back, have their guaranteed engage. Now Life, he's caught between a rock and a hard place. He's all alone towards the top side. Milky Way and ZDZ are just arriving just now.
I mean, look at
Crocker's
this
just gonna
tower.
walk
It's
out.
just getting shredded by Ala.
It's gone.
3 people arrive with the grubs there as well. Will it fall? Ala's just going to walk up and hit it. Who cares about minions? He's Nasus, walks in, takes that. Now grubs. The first 3 went the way of AL. That's 4 for them as Noctum is trying to get some poke down, but Shanks knows he has way more damage than what Noctum is bringing to the table right now. I think this is going to be 6 grubs for the side of AL, unless Milky Way wants to... I mean, I don't even think there's a way for him to get in for a smite there. 6 grubs, the first Drake as well. Next Drake is up on the map too.
And let's watch again what happened down the bot lane. That is incredible. They saw Milky Way onto the flank, and you know what? That was a 1 versus 2. They forced the flash off of Milky Way as well. Hope walks up just to get the slow onto Life, but I feel like if he had just kept running, this would have been a little bit easier for him.
Oh,
Wait, hold on a minute.
Shanks is caught.
Shanks?
Oh, they can't quite finish the chance. He flashes out to safety as... I mean, FPX, they're just struggling to find anything, aren't they? The 1 kill they've got is off at the back of that replay where they just go 1-for-1 with a 4-man commit on the bottom side. The Drake's still up. Neither team went for that during the replay. Was just the 6 grubs for AL, but I mean, 6 grubs when Ala has already taken a tower. Ala is 1.1 thousand gold ahead. Shanks is 1.1 thousand gold ahead, and then Jungle and AD Carry are both 500 gold up respectively. I mean, this is utter domination of the early game from AL. 4,000 gold lead at 13 minutes.
You know what Nasus really loves? Squishy targets, especially when his Q is farmed up. You'll see Ale walk up to any member of FPX and pretty much take half their HP in 1 Q. He gets to pin them down. And talking about pinning down, you have so many tools with the Rel, with the Ashe, the Lilia. So many tools to get that Nasus into the fight. Now, of course, with the trade onto Shanks down the bot lane, taking his flash, forcing his back, they were able to sneak in that 1 dragon. However, I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't think Milky Way has gotten any of his chicken respawns right here. Not only that, but now he's losing his red buff to the dog up the top lane as well. I don't think any of his jungle on the top side really belongs to him. The game pinged around.
I mean,
as
Croco,
ZDZ spots them both.
this has just been absolute control from Croco on the top side, and actually gets a chance to hit onto ZDZ2. Doesn't want to stick around for it, and now actually suddenly stuck in a circle. Maybe gets away as the knockup doesn't quite commit from Light. And Ala and Croco getting away with daylight robbery. They take every single camp on the top side. Now they can move to Herald. And in the meantime, AL are pushing on the bottom side. Feels like everywhere on the map, they're taking control. Arrow goes slightly wide, but Karen and Doctum are struggling to get here in time. With 6 grubs, this tower is gone. Shanks now wants to try and get away. In fact, he just 1v1s Care. In comes his support as Doctum goes wide on the W. He can hide behind the horsey, and Doctum falls. 2v2 from Shanks and KL.
Nothing is going FPX's way. They cannot control their towers. They cannot control vision. Every single skirmish that they've tried to force has gone AL's way. And that's because they're just stronger. Trinity Force onto this Corki 10 minutes in has been absolutely lethal for all the skirmishes that FPX has been wanting to take. And now the Rifter is also going to be popped in the mid lane to assist Hope taking this mid lane tower. Doesn't have to overextend. He can just back off, reset, grab a few items. Let Shelly do the job. And AL are showing up and showing off in this one. We had question marks from FPX. They looked good versus TT, but that was a scrappy game. That was fist fight. AL are bringing in more control, fist fight if you will, whilst controlling the map. They also get to fist fight after the towers are falling, as we can see in this replay as well. And great stuff right here from Shanks. Not only does he hide behind Kyle, he gets to play behind the creeps as well onto that lane, not allowing Doctum to weave any Qs in for that extra damage. And FPX, again, they have a composition that is very squishy. If you don't get ahead, these fights become so difficult to navigate.
Just look at Shanks. like 4-0 at 0, 2,000 gold up. It is just a monumental lead for AL, and we had the questions of, you know, they're coming off of a loss streak. They, you know, at the end of the day, while it was a series loss streak of 5 series in a row, they won the first 3 in the group and lost the next 5. One thing I will say is those last couple of series against BLG, against LNG, they did manage to take individual games. And when you look at how FPX are playing today versus that series against TT, well, a lot of the wins for FPX came from mistakes from TT, right? Even when TT were ahead, FPX were doing things like stacking brushes to be able to find one pick and then playing off of tempo. And these kinds of, I don't want to say cheesy, but like, you know, playing out of the box, you know, to try and catch people out. I feel like AL are playing at such a pace that FPX, they've never had a chance to initiate a play of their own.
And it all comes from that level 1, right? And tracking Milky Way throughout this entire game. Now, KL here having a little bit more of an aggressive approach into the jungle. Again, trying to spot. I feel like the entire game plan behind AL is spot where Milky Way is, because FPX will not make plays unless Milky Way is there. So making sure that they spot where this brand is has made sure that all their skirmishes were either in a numbers advantage or they had an advantageous position because of their vision. AL have complete and utter control of this game, and if FPX walk into any objective, which is very difficult, right? You lose vision right here, 5 squishy members. Who in the heck walks up to gain any vision control for FPX? You will get absolutely blown up. Even the support is 1k gold up. This is so scary, man, for FPX.
The thing is as well, like, I thought this during the draft, but, you know, like, Ashe, it's pretty good when you've got squishy targets on the other side of the board, because you just get that big stun. It's so easy to follow up on. And I thought, you know, you've got Tristana to buffer it. You've got Aurora who can dodge it, Ezreal who can dodge it, Rakan who can dodge it. So I didn't really mention it because, you know, Brand is sort of the only, like, real target. But the thing is, it's not like Ezreal, Tristana, Aurora. These targets are not impossible to hit. And when you've got a Rel as well on flanks, when you've got this Nasus that's going to slow everyone down as well, it's going to be really difficult to escape from the engage of AL. They can choose fights whenever they want them. And that is bad news for FPX. There's now Drake coming up in 8 seconds.
How AL are navigating through their vision. I feel like this is something significant that we've been seeing from BLG, and I feel like AL do remind me a little bit of BLG in terms of you gain something very small on the map, you turn it into a bigger lead. Every single objective has resulted in vision, which has resulted in their positioning being better. And look at FPX, we said it, they're so squishy, they're struggling.
ZDZ forces his way into the mix. Hope low on HP, surviving for now as life goes in. Hope finally falls, and Kael's low as well. Care dives into the mix and has to flash straight back out. Rocket slightly wide from Shanks. It's a good fight from FPX, but it's 3v4 as Care now chased down by Shanks, and here comes the dog from far away. Doctum and Milky Way try to escape. The Drake still went the way of AL after everything. It looked so good for FPX, but it all falls apart.
They saw Ale TP earlier on, so they knew the second that Nasus shows up on the top side of the map that AL are in numbers disadvantage. Now Shanks is going to spot Doctor, but I'm not gonna lie to you, I think he fancies that 1v2 any day. He's 2 levels up onto Milky Way. He's 1 level up onto Doctor as well. He would take his chances on that 1 versus 2 as Ale is shadowing about as well. But yeah, they've seen the Nasus all play no TP. They know it's a 4 versus 5. A pretty good approach from FPX to try and get a pick. And they did take a bunch of those summoners. They do manage to kill Hope as well. However, again, AL, they realized the sticky situation they're in. They pulled out, waited for the Nasus to come back in, and then re-engaged onto this fight.
And I have to say, you know, usually in playoffs, I like to talk about momentum. I like to talk about, you know, the teams that have made their way through the bracket. Sometimes it does feel like they get an advantage. It's not feeling like that here in game number 1. AL coming in strong. The ZDZ starts off with what looks like a great ult.
Yeah, he walks up, locks everyone into the ult, but again, this is the nature of the composition. You've got 4 squishy members piling up. If the Rakan ultimate doesn't necessarily hit a big bunch, then AL gets to walk out and use the summoners, utilizing that to get out and then back in. And I feel like that was one of the best chances FPX would probably get in this game. I feel like AL got caught sleeping a little bit, showing Ale towards the top side without the possibility of a TP for that fight, and FPX absolutely took it. And I feel like this is the thing that we talked about in the series versus TT, that if TT made a mistake, FPX were really quick on capitalizing. And we see this here as well. However, AL are not prone to as many of those mistakes as we saw previously.
You think the Baron is scary in that pit? I'm scared of the dog.
Oh my god.
Ala is just a monster. By the way, while all of that went on, Ala got a tier 2 in the mid lane for himself. And, you know,
it was
really,
to make up for showing top lane.
Yeah, I'm excited to I'm excited to look at the goal graph at the end of this one, because I reckon Shanks is going to be top in that one. But I think the most exciting thing from all of that action we just saw is Kyle walking away on like 1 HP off the back of the big combo, manages to survive, and then his scoreline at the end after the play, it suddenly all makes sense. He's 007, he's got plot armor, you can't kill him in a fight.
I mean, he has been in Milky Way's jungle this entire time, right? Spying, figuring out all Milky Way steps, making sure that he's got pretty good intel of wherever FPX is, and right now he's almost a 10,000 gold lead. Yeah,
He'll die another
that's almost
day.
a 10,000 gold lead, 20 minutes in for AL, and I think this is pretty much cookie cutter from then from here on out. Oh, no care. Oh, no care. You're too far forward, buddy.
Not the place to be, is it? And look at that arrow as well from home. Insult to injury. AL find themselves a pick. This is where they've really excelled this year, finding these picks in side lanes, finding these opportunities to punish an individual, and then snowballing that one pick into massive advantages. They're already 10,000 gold up, and that's before they even look towards this Baron.
Now, again, if you're wondering, hey guys, like, why is FPX looking like this? Milky Way, your face shaking, buddy!
Yeah, he will survive for the time being. His hope doesn't really bring that much, but Alan does. Here he comes. There's a dog in him. And FPX are about to feel the bite. As now in comes EDC to try and answer. He does get one for himself. That's all he'll find. And that is plenty for AL to turn towards the Baron.
Did Allah just zone 3 people without Nasus? No one wanted to go anywhere near. Life tried and he died, I think, in 2 Qs. Massive team fight right here from AL. Again, very cookie cutter. You see FPX, you engage FPX, you kill FPX. You have so many items right now in your inventory, so much engage, frontline. FPX can unfortunately for themselves not pierce through that. Pierce was not going to be quite enough, almost was enough to take down KL. It's not going to be the case. And again, if you guys were wondering how in the world did FPX beat TT, then what were they good at? I would say they were good at playing around Care. They were good at enabling Care, and Care was good at enabling them mid to late game fights. However, FPX face shaking like this into a jungle that has not belonged to them, seriously, since level 1.
I mean, the issue that look at poor Doctor, what can he do? Alan just walks up and bobs him. So see you
He's like,
later,
sorry,
kid.
if you don't mind, I'm just gonna walk out now.
Yeah, that was that's AD carry life right there, poor Doctor. But yeah, I mean, like, you know, Life and Milky Way, at the end of the day, it's really difficult to face check that one. But when you lock a composition like this, what are your other options? Who is going to face check? Like, nobody is tanky enough to really face check anything. I think Croco was literally just waiting for the True Shot Mirage there as well. But, like, you know, when you fall behind with this kind of composition, it's just so difficult to come back into things. It's so difficult to find your way and find any level of control unless there's a mistake. AL don't look like they want to make any mistakes. KL actually goes forward into ZDC's ult, and Ala starts to chase things up. But using that Baron, they don't even need to fight. Croco wants to, though. Looks for the sleep onto multiple. Doctum there as Kael will go down, and Doctum still surviving. Ala pushing forwards, but no kills yet for AL. I don't think they mind, though, because Shanks is a sniper. Doctum steps forward, but the Honey Fruit keeps Shanks alive, and he looks for Doctum himself. Shield comes out from life at the last second, but in the meantime, the base is falling apart. It's in shambles, and FPX are they're fighting tooth and nail, but it just feels like it's all in vain.
A little bit of a solo queue-esque feel from AL as they dive into the base with every single tower still up and running for FPX. And it almost looked like FPX could have a chance of getting a pick right there. However, AL's gold lead is up to 14,000. Oh no, Life.
Life Withered. I mean, Wither is so obnoxious at this point in the game. It's so difficult. The second you're in a fight with Nasus, that's it. That's you. One of you is going to die. It doesn't matter which one, but someone is
Probably
gonna
not the
die.
Nasus.
Care caught by the Wither, caught by the damage from that E as well. Is AL now pressuring in the top side. They've already got 2 inhibs for themselves. They're looking for a third. And Ala is just
walking up.
invincible. They're all hitting him, and they do nothing. ZDZ gets into the backline. It's some good damage, but it's just not good enough because the rest of the team can't even have a look in these fights.
Ali's just walking forward. He hits every single poke, every single ability. He's a proper guard dog for AL at this point. Doesn't have TP to get back into this fight, but the fight is already won. Triple inhibitor already down in 1 Baron power play. That's everything you can ever hope for when you take the Baron. I was about to say, the only saving grace for FPX is here is that they have so much wave clear with the Brand, the Tristana, the Ezreal. AL will need the Baron if they want to break open the base. Oh, no life.
Well,
that's not your jungle, buddy.
He's trying to get some vision. He did his best. And actually might be able to get away with his life here. I doubt they'll commit ultimates. But then again, you could maybe snowball it into the end of the game. AL's second fastest average game time in the league. This is a team that when they get a lead, they close out fast. They have safe hands as well at a 93% win rate. And they are ahead at the 15-minute mark. And boy, did they have a lead early.
I don't think Croco has even reset here from the previous fight. He just took red buff and blue buff from enemy jungle. He's got his Seeker's arm guard, which is all he needs for the next fight. No flash available for him. Only 2 Nexus towers standing between AL and a victory.
I mean, they don't even have to fight, right? They just need to let the supers do the work. Let the Nasus do the work. ZDZ tries it again, but it fails again, and that's a rocket and a half from Shax. FPX sent back onto the fountain. One last ditch attempt, and ditch is the keyword as they are kicked off of the curb by AL.
A very decisive game from AL to start their playoffs run. We had our question marks from AL coming from a 5-series loss streak straight into the playoffs. But when you see teams in playoffs, I'm just gonna say, in the LPL, they're a whole different monster. They were the better team in every single aspect in that game, number 1. They were better at controlling their vision. They were better at tracking their opponents. They were better in the straight up laning phase, the 1v1s, the 2 versus 2s. And when it came to the draft, they just made it honestly easier for themselves with what they had drafted. FPX needed to win early or they were inevitably going to lose the game.
Yeah, fantastic game number 1 from AL, showing that they are a playoff contender. They're not going anywhere just yet. Great start to the series. We'll see if they can keep it up, because FPX, they've got plot armor, I'm pretty sure. We'll see how thick it is after the break. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. AL have come in swinging, absolutely destroying FPX in the first game of this series. And FPX, I think, left spinning off the back of that one, Trouble.
Yeah, I feel like AL leaving Group Ascent, they left kind of like a sour taste in our mouth where they just looked so damn dominant at the start of summer. And then they kind of flopped. Coming into playoffs, they just looked to be the better team, at least in that game number 1, in every aspect of the game. Take laning phase, take tracking the jungler, take vision control, take ease of execution in those team fights. It just looked so clean and honestly very easy watching AL do this.
Honestly, they took over the entire map. It was beautiful to see. And, you know, Shanks absolutely dominated that mid lane, getting solo kills on Care, just absolutely controlling the game. However, Croco, a fantastic game on that Lilia as well. You got to remember, he was the one that got Shanks ahead in the first place, taking that flash onto Care and then going for the chickens on Milky Way. Great pathing to start it all off. I mean, ultimately, the entire map, phenomenal coming out from AL.
Honestly, I want to give more props to Croco right here because he was impeccable. That level 1 invade into permanently tracking Milky Way into, like you mentioned, flashing onto Care. Doesn't only guarantee him that the next skirmish is won, he gets the chickens, he gets the kill, and then for 5 minutes, his mid laner is an entire flash up onto enemy mid laner. So you guarantee that the laning phase of Shanks is going to be much easier. He gets to play more aggressive, which he did onto Care. I feel like Croco was an absolute genius with the way he was tracking Milky Way and the way he was playing around, even like flashing forward as well.
I think the whole team from AL played really well. I mean, Kyle, if you keep a look at Kyle in these fights, like the way he controls the team fights as Rel, I think he's like 5-1 on Rel at this point. I think this is his 6th win on the pick. Like, I feel like every single fight, he not only is he setting up for his team, but he's really disrupting how FPX want to fight themselves.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Munch. We were going back and forth on who we thought was going to be the MVP, but I do see a lot of Rel on my screen. We went for Shanks, we went from Croco. You know what? It gets a little bit sussy that I only see Kael and Hope on my screen in all of these plays. So I mean, maybe it's a little spoiled, maybe?
Yeah, we were both under the impression it was going to be 100% Shanks, and then our producer said, well, I don't know. So we're waiting to see who MVP is alongside you guys. That final snipe there from Shanks on your screen is AL. I mean, what a game, though. What a game for them to start it off. It is Shanks!
Oh,
He made it outsmarted us. He made us compliment everyone. Shanks absolutely dominated the game. I mean, that's his 10th MVP of the split as well. 10 MVPs.
That is very fair. He played so well off of the advantage that Croco created for him. There you go. Here's the Corki as well. Shanks taking absolute control to this mid lane, and I'm pretty sure that that was the solo kill. Care taking the big rocket right there, underestimating the damage that this Corki does. That was a very accelerated Corki. I think Trinity Force came in around 10 minutes into the game, so Shanks absolutely dominating all sides of the map. And I feel like this is the difference when I look at AL and when I look over to FPX. I feel like the TT series with FPX was very telling, that when Care got ahead on the Lucian, onto the Tristana, they would use him as a tool to fight around objectives, to force skirmishes, since they had an AD carry that was so accelerated. Right here, Shanks took control of side lanes. He was walking into the jungle to take vision control with support. As he was stronger, he would take towers. He would push for those fights. He was pretty much everywhere, especially
to watch from Shanks as well. I imagine that was a fun game to play for Shanks because you get so fed early and the rest of your team is ahead as well. Every single fight, he's just like, oh, an enemy. I'll W forwards at that. Like, he's a walking turret that just obliterates anyone that tries to contend with him. Like, it's just such a fun game for him to play. Fantastic start here for AL. We kind of have to talk about what's coming up next, though, because FPX surely are going to change tune coming into the second game. In the TT series, we saw a lot of Cassante up in that top side. We had this Aurora angle for ZDZ. It was very clearly answered. I think FPX probably go back to what worked against TT.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not necessarily mad about the Aurora. It's just the fact that Ale was like, sure, I'll pick up this ultra tank up the tops of the map to Ale. I feel like for FPX, they were just lacking a little bit of ease of execution, and they were very reliant on getting ahead early, and that was very well tracked by AL. So right here, we're looking to see very strong lanes, Ashe has to be banned away to not be given over to AL, because I feel like through that bot lane pressure, there were so many different things unlocked on the map.
I do think as well, you know, FPX against TT, one of the things that separated them was like clearly being just better at understanding how to play the map, right? Playing opposite, just winning through macro advantages. Feels like at least in game number 1, AL completely controlled the map. No opportunity there. The ban from ZDZ, that's also a ban from Life.
And in the TT series, FPX really heavily prioritized the Lucian. They would ban away the Tristana themselves in a lot of these iterations, and they would take the Lucian, unless they want to ban the Aurora out here and then go for something like the Tristana or Lucian. But it was a mid lane pick for FPX. Now, seeing the Tristana banned here, my intuition says that they want to go for that Lucian for care in that mid lane.
Could well be. I mean, Cat got an MVP on that Lucian in the previous series against TT, and there it is, the Lucian banned away. So, Corki up and available, Zeri up and available, Aurora up and available. And this time, it's a bit of a flex pick. Could be for ZDZ in the top side, but it also could be for Care. So it's
me out. I would love this Aurora to go mid lane and see Milky Way on something like the Kindred. Because when you're mixing AP in the mid lane, then you're inevitably going towards something like an AD or a setup champion in the jungle. Now, I wouldn't necessarily want to see Milky Way onto something like a facilitator. If he has to, he can go towards a Sejuani or a Maokai. But I'd love to see his Kindred coming up. Or Viego. That's also a very great pick.
It's along the same lines, right? It's along the same lines.
Yeah. Yeah, you have Leona as well. Every single time I see Viego locked in, I'm like, okay, what is the value of all those champions dying on the other side? And I only have to see Leona. Leona's the first one engaging. He managed to kill her. There is so much follow-up.
This has been a bit of a Shanks special on the other side as well. The Yone for Shanks is a very comfortable champion for him. One of the mid laners that was most keen to pick this pickup early on when AD junglers were coming on in. He's shown some real potency on the pick. We'll see how it does into an Aurora lane, though. That'll be the question. The Croc up top for ZDZ, and potentially some top lane bans for FPX.
I was wondering if they were going to ban the Jax away. I see so much scaling in general on the side of AL, and seeing specifically the Yone right here that can side lane together with a Jax that scales equally as much in the late game. FPX will not be able to control side lanes that easily. So let's see if ZDZ will see fit to ban Alice Jax away. However, right here, we're also looking at the AD carries, which there's no many left. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 already banned out from both of these teams. And now we're looking at things like, of course, the Ezreal and the Kai'Sa that have been rising into prominence, especially when other AD carries are being banned out. And looking how AL are all in champions. Ezreal, Kai'Sa, both fit the bill so well.
There goes the Nasus again. And remember, AD carry not locked in for AL. Ziggs was banned last time. It's something that Hope does love to play. His Varus is gone, but the Ashe also gone. It does feel like Ziggs is the open spot for AL. But a Kennen locked in with AP on the top side, you wouldn't expect a Ziggs to come through.
Ooh, AL, all hands on deck. In terms of team fighting, again, very, very easy and clear setups in terms of vision on how you want to play those fights. And FPX locking in a very aggressive bot lane in the likes of Kai'Sa plus Rel. Now, of course, Leona can very easily aggress on that as well. And Ezreal does get, quote-unquote, countered by Kai'Sa, especially in a 1v1 isolated scenario. But usually you want to be locking in an Ezreal if you want to play towards the other side of the map. And seeing as you have Kennen and Yone, you definitely want to be accelerating those champions into that mid to late game.
I think one of the big things as well in this bottom lane is Doctum, absolute specialist on the Kai'Sa. This is definitely one of the picks he's most comfortable on. 8 games this split, 75% win rate. On the other side, you know, Ezreal's very popular, but Hope, only 4 games on the pick, and he's not won a single one of those games. I'm sure he's a proficient Ezreal, but so far, the record hasn't necessarily shown it in terms of game wins. Now, AL have been struggling in Group SN to get those game wins, so maybe that's just that they were up against BLG or something. But we'll have to wait and see what kind of performance we get. In the series, in the regular split between these two teams, it was FPX winning those early games, and importantly, Doctum and Life managing to win out the 2v2 bot lane, and then AL coming back later on into the game. AL completely booked that trend in game number 1, We'll see if they can keep it up.
FPX have so many avenues to play the game. They're Renekton, the Aurora, AD in the jungle for Milky Way as well. It's been a worry whether he makes it to Worlds or not, and now on a champion that he has made a name on. Alongside that Kindred as well, he has the chance to turn the tides around. Can AL keep him tracked in that early game over again and shut him down?
He's certainly got a champion that can take over a game. JDG waiting in the wings, watching with glee as AL won game number 1. Their hopes rest in AL's pocket, as if FPX wins this, JDG will be out of the running for regional finals. But FunPlus Phoenix, they're not worried about JDG, they're worried about their own skins as they enter game number 2. Milky Way on Viego. It's definitely a different look from the farming junglers that we sort of know him for. However, Viego has definitely been one of the picks he's very happy to fall back to. He's a player that's willing to play 100 different picks in the jungle. And it's a pick that could set up... Wait a second. Yeah, that's CDZ in the top lane.
Yeah, ZDZ is picking up Aurora again. I actually love this. They're locking in the Aurora. They swap it towards the top side of the map. I feel like this is a much better matchup for Aurora because she can definitely abuse the fact that Kennen is a squishier champion. Play that range effect as well and care onto this Renekton. Ale, though. Wait, they swapped on the swap.
Yeah, I mean, look,
AL are just too clever.
If Care's going to play the Renekton and ZDZ takes the Aurora, then AL are like, okay, well, you know, Shanks can play top, Ala can play mid. It's fine. We'll still get the matchups that we want for ourselves. As Croco, once again, starts the game with an invade on the enemy jungle.
You know what? Some things change, which is potentially the jungler and the top players swapping around lanes. Some things remain the same much, which is Croco taking things that are not supposed to be his. Entire chicken camp, and now the Grugs right there being started by Croco Life. He's gonna show some resistance as Milky Way's on his way too.
Oh, Life's Aftershock just took like all of the small Krugs there. That's pretty huge. As Croco now going to be exhausted. Life goes in to try and set up the play. Croco still surviving as Hope gets his Qs out. Milky Way joins into the fray, and he's going to look for his first reset of the game. Croco so low on HP, still has that flash as Hope now engaged upon. Has to cleanse to keep himself alive as in they go. Milky Way low though, and it's first blood for Hope instead. Kyle low, Doctum, and Hope still going strong, and Hope has found 2, Hope has found 3, Hope has found the lead.
And hope was lost for FPX in this 3 versus 3. Disastrous moment for FPX and AL yet again with the tracking, invading early on, forcing the hand of FPX in a very disadvantageous fight. Croco again with an incredible level 1 invade, and let's watch this one more time. Croco with the level 2, Milky Way is on his way, but look at this, the exhaust is gonna go down onto Croco, but Milky Way is not around to put down the damage. The exhaust goes down, but no one's putting any damage down onto Croco. Life overextends, gets exhausted, and constantly you have Hope, who's super long range, poking down everyone with the Qs as well.
Hang on a second.
What?
Alan just finds a solo kill in the mid lane. ZDZ is going to go down as well. It's an absolute dip across the map. AL are massacring FPX.
FPX in shambles right here. Croco.
No.
Milky Way might find actually a return
He
here.
does have his flash
No
though,
flash.
and Ala's moving over. I don't know if Milky Way wins these. Flash away from Croco, and Care flashed for the play as well. Ala just gets a bit of poke on the way out. FPX are being destroyed by AL.
Ooh, that is a very, very hard game already for FPX. 2,000 gold up for AL, and Croco gets to dictate the pace of the map yet again. Now a quick reminder right here, sure, Viego is a farming champion, but Lilia is still the faster clearing champion between the two. So Croco pulling out that level 1 has resulted in 1,000 gold lead down that bot lane. You see the tier already stacking an extra longsword plus boots
Yeah,
for
I mean-
Hope. This Ezreal is going to be so damn safe.
When the enemy Ezreal not only has an item advantage with a tier on top, like, you know that it's just doomed. Care moves up to the top side here. ZDZ will switch with him and try and move to the mid lane, but they're going to miss a wave in the mid lane for this one, I think. Alice should be able to crash that. And in the meantime, Croco has moved into Milky Way's jungle to smite away the Krugs. Milky Way now being bullied as a threat of a potential dive. I don't know if they'll go for this one, really.
Oh, this is so frustrating to play for FPX. I think Corco has been so oppressive in the jungle, man. He's not letting Milky Way breathe, and that's a very good read versus FPX. We said how he is their star. Pinning him down. Let's watch this one more time. Tags him up.
I love how long he waits for the,
He just walks up to get the Q.
Holds
to
the W
cruise
for
as well.
ages to make sure that he can guarantee the follow-up on the stun.
Oh, and then ZDZ a little bit too far forward. That wave was pushing onto him, but a little bit of overextension right there. Gets punished, and all three lanes losing at the same time.
God.
And AL are looking for a dive.
It's not getting any better, is it? ZDZ's here, and he's level 6. This could be huge. Actually, FPX have a chance to turn this game around. Hope trying to escape with his life as Kale will fall. FPX get to and finally answer some of this early game.
A little bit over eager right there from AL. Again, one of their big qualities is that they make plays that are very informed due to their vision control. There was no vision control around this play. It was just, we see champions, we poke them down, let's dive them. FPS, a great answer right there. Shanks? Shanks?
Not like this. Shanks gets his shield and eradicates Care. 2 solo deaths back to back for Care. The surprise pick with Care on the Renekton, and it's fallen flat on its face.
Man, Care has died to the top laner 1v1. Care has died to the mid laner 1v1. He cannot catch a break. Shanks now 2-0, 500 gold up. And Croco is going to start yet again those void grabs. AL very firmly in the lead and controlling the pace of that game still. And I'm getting very scared here. An accelerated Ezreal, an accelerated...
Oh, Croco.
Accelerated Yones. Milky Way, did he get that?
No,
He did
Croco
not.
got the smite there, and importantly, waited for Milky Way to like commit in before smiting to maybe then look for a pick on Milky Way. Backs away in the end, but Ala was level 7. Slicing Maelstrom available. It's always worth looking. What happened here, Care? Like, this is just... You're in playoffs, man.
Oh, he gets the bouncy house with the Q3 into the ultimate, and of course
Why
the
didn't he use
snapback.
Dominus? He had his ult the whole time. I mean, triple MVP in previous series against TT, and then, you know, these 2 games back to back. It's just not good, is it? It's just not what you want to see.
I feel like Care was a player that we did put a magnifying glass on coming into this series. He absolutely popped off, like you said, in the TT series. However, his spring and summer were not necessarily that incredible in terms of performance, and I feel like a lot of FPX's struggles stemmed from the fact that their mid lane was struggling in a very mid lane centric meta with all those 80 carries going on to his hands. And I feel like Care had a resurgence in the TT series, and he looked really incredibly strong. However, right here, especially versus Shanks, he has been struggling. And sure, it's not necessarily only on the 1v1s versus Shanks.
Yeah.
Croco had a lot to do with that game number 1. However, here he has fallen to Ala, and he's fallen to Shanks. He's lost to both the solo lanes.
I do think, like, part of this is not just down to Care. It's also down to, like, the decision to play this Renekton mid, right? This doesn't feel like a pick that he knows particularly well, especially the kill from Ala. Ala literally just outlaned him. Ala's played this matchup 1,000 times. Like, did you really expect Care to be able to win that 1v1? Like, I know that this draft would have been calculated, but man, are FPX bad at maths.
Oh my god, the -1 as well. Add insult to injury right there. Care needs to shake off the nerves, if there are any. Head back into the game. I'll agree with you. You know, I'll pick the cannon into the Renekton, thinking that this is going to be going towards the top side of the map. However, it was taken away by Care. They wanted the range versus range. with the top side of the map to try and get ZDZ on that Aurora ahead. ZDZ who's had some fantastic games early on in the season, onto things like the Twisted Fate, trying to carry, but can he carry on a 1 versus 2?
ZDZ is 2 levels down here as he tries to make the play, and Croco moves up to the top side. Okay, Flash keeps him safe. I don't think ZDZ can really chase for anything here, so at least manages to survive the play. It cost him his ultimate, it cost him his Flash. Should have TP back up again in a second, so should be able to rejoin the top side and won't miss this wave.
However, he's going to be flashless. The top side of the map, Ale does have flash, Croco does as well. They want to swap Shanks one more time towards the top side of the map. He does have flash too, so a very, very vulnerable Aurora on the top side of the map. I wonder if they're going to swap him back towards that mid lane. Keep ZDZ a little bit safer, I would say, having Renekton towards the top side. He has flash, he has dominance available to him. Does have the TP as well. If they want to play for a bot lane play, nope, it's going to be Care TPing back onto that mid lane. ZDZ heading back top. And as you can see, Croco is going to be heading slowly but surely towards the top of the map yet again. We'll take that Scout Grab and potentially look for an opportunity around that mid lane, because Void Grabs are spawning in about 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And you know damn well that AL love taking saddling turrets, so Void Grabs will definitely help with that.
And it does just feel like, kind of disappointingly for FPX, a lot of this is down to just differences in laning phases, differences in being able to take these early skirmishes. The fact that AL are winning out these early skirmishes, something that FPX have thrived in the past, really just makes it so difficult to... Honestly, I'm running out of belief that FPX can fight back in this series with how these early games have gone in both games. I feel like Croco is just running the map. Milky Way doesn't get a look in.
Shanks forced to flash out. See Milky Way a little bit too far forward. Croco is going to find Milky Way, but look at that damage. He took like a fifth of his health in one spell. They're going to pull down Ale as well. Does have the flash. Flash onto Cannon could be very, very dangerous. ZDZ cannot even walk up.
Our FPX wanted to fight this. Life tries to find a play on Ale, but Ale flashes away from it. Kael just zoning everyone as Croco clearing away through these grubs in the meantime. A lot of AoE damage with these solo laners as well. And that is just going to be 6 grubs for AL once again. Just like game number 1, they get the first Drake and they get 6 grubs. Second Drake is a minute and a half away, so they can set up for that next objective. This is complete and utter control from AL. Honestly, from AL, this is absolutely beautiful League of Legends that we're witnessing.
Absolutely, and especially since you see the history of that team, right? They took over from Rogue Warriors that had not made playoffs. They literally missed playoffs in spring for one game. The flash!
Flash for the stun. Can they find Shanks? Care low on HP, and Shanks forced to flash away. He gets into the brush, but I don't think he gets away with this one. Doctor will flash to finish the job. Shanks still going somehow. Yone is definitely a champion, but Dogdom will take him down and get a shutdown to boot. Oh no.
Oh, Milky Way.
In the meantime, Croco just finishes off another Milky Way falls.
Great pick right there from FPX. Hold on.
It's a good cleanse from Doctum, but do they have anything left in the tank? Hope is trying to chase for more as the stun comes on in, and Doctum will fall. Life has nowhere to go. A TP from a teammate. ZDZ joins the fray, but Life has already gone down, and ZDZ can't really get in. Hope is on the wrong side of things, though. ZDZ hitting onto Kale. Hope is trying to clear this minion wave right now as he gets some damage onto Care. ZDZ, and now a TP from Ala, as he said. Care, low on HP, and Hope will finish the job. ZDZ can't even get a singular kill as Hope gets them all. AL are diffing FPX.
On top of their game, you saw Ale pressuring that top side. He took the turret plating, he took his sweet time on the top side, takes the turret plating, backs onto the base, knows that Kael and Hope can buy him time to TP into this play. Doesn't even need his ultimate right here. Bullies Dogdom out of lane. AL are just the better team on the Rift today. Unfortunately, in these first 2 games, FPX looks so lost, and I feel like a lot of the magic from FPX was how...
Yeah.
All right, making your way fast to the Skull Crab can also work, Shanks. But the whole magic of FPX was Milky Way playing his weird, unconventional picks when everyone else was playing Sejuani, Maokai, Xin Zhao, Brawlers. He was playing the Kindred, the Diegos, the Lee Sins. He was playing all of those carries, bringing in the Nidalees. And
Ale,
FPX cannot necessarily just only rely on that. However, Ale...
he's almost got his ult up again in 3 seconds time. Kair is trying to chase him down, but Ale's dangerous at this point. Oh, true shot nearly hits onto Dogdom. Nice try there. As Kair forced away. If Dogdom goes for the ult there, he will die. I guarantee it. Doesn't commit in the end. Ale walks away.
Don't do it, Dogdom. I feel like that's what every single one of us was thinking. It was a bait all along. Let's watch this one more time. That's what happened towards the top side of the map. So Ale is gonna take down CZ. And Milky Way comes into this fight, but you're coming in under level, mate. It's 3 levels down from Milky Way. Krokor arrives. They pull the ultimate under the tower, and even though he gets that level 8, it's just not quite enough. There's too much damage and resources coming in from AL. One more time, FPX are trying to contest.
This could be a sad way for the FPX story to end, and they don't want it to end here. They find a pick onto Kroko. They find themselves a Herald. A reset for Milky Way as Shanks is caught within the circle. He's between worlds, and now he's between the members of FPX as well. That's 2, and FPX finally fight back.
FPX finally finds something on the rift. AL, a very uncharacteristic mistake. They've got Ale down the bot lane again. It happened in game 1. We're out. Milky Way, we're revoking his license. That's fair. But Ale showing up again bot lane without the TP. Remember, he just TP'd in that previous skirmish that we saw down the bot lane. Oh, the flash.
Okay, attempt on Hope. This is a chance here to snowball. Hope solo on HP. In goes Kael to try and save his AD carry, but Hope sniped down by Dogdom. And Kael might be the next on the chopping block. And TP behind them coming through from Shanks as he looks to try and answer for his bot lane's death. And answer he will. Kael still falls. It's 2 for Dogdom, but Shanks wants to answer in kind. 2 for him as life. Trying to survive, but Milky Way's on the way over as well. And in the meantime, Ale's underneath the tower. He's taken it tier 2, and he looked for Kair as well. Life just about gets away with exactly that, and Milky Way won't be so lucky. Shanks is everywhere. He is the executioner for AL.
Shanks TP's in, saves a play from Kael and Hope. Overextended down the mid lane. FPX see the opportunity, they dive on it. Got a couple of kills onto Dogdom. Dogdom is the only shining light, the only ray of sun in this very dark tunnel that FPX are traveling through right now. 6 kills onto that Kai'Sa. Potentially, if you get a few more in, that there's many squishy members onto AL. And Kai'Sa can very easily work into assassinating the backline if anyone gets overextended. AL right there, overextended down the mid lane. Again, back to back. Very uncharacteristic mistakes coming through from AL. Hope has no mana. He has no mana. Has to commit his flash, and Dogdom absolutely destroys him diving into that backline. Snipes him with the W as well. And then it's just a Leona. You see Ale tipping into that play. Of course, Shanks tipping into that play. But with his dying breath, Dogdom will queue through Kael and take him down.
And I think we're seeing there, like, how FPX won their series against TT, right? When you do make a mistake, they will try and punish. But the thing is, they're so far behind at this point that it's really difficult to punish the enemy team. Because, yeah, you've got Hope and Kael, but Shanks gets 2 kills, and Ale gets a tier 2 on the bottom side still, you know? Like, it's not really a punish. It's kind of just, I'd say, an even trade. It's actually a positive trade for AL. You know, I like the attempt, and speaking of attempts, 5 members from FPX trying to move into their own... I mean, this is the level of commitment it takes at 18 minutes just to get towards their red buff. If that doesn't show you how far AL are ahead, I don't know what will. Shanks, in the meantime, was forced to flash up towards the mid lane.
Took his QSS away as well. Very nice pick right there from Life, was looking with ZDZ. ZDZ, which usually when FPX wins games, he is part of that success.
Yeah.
We've seen them on a lot of those carries. However, here it has not necessarily worked with Aurora. Different build in game 2 on that Aurora, gone for the Rod of Age. A little bit more of a tanky build, if you will. A little bit more durable in these terms. Dogdom taking all this hurt.
That Q hits, I think it's a kill. There we go. Solar Flare forces the flash. Dogdom low on HP. Hope not with the true shot. Shanks is hunting. Has his ultimate available. Wants to seal their fates, but won't find his target. Life happy to block that one and save his AD carry. Now a TP from ZDZ. He wants to join the fray. He wants to impact this game, but I don't think he'll find a chance. It's a TP into nowhere from nowhere.
Dokdam had just lost his flash. He had no mana, he had no HP, sorry, to play with. And that was a flank TP to fight when your AD carry is not there and Care has no TP. And he was trying to stop the wave push by Ale towards the bottom of the map. Very, very miscoordinated plays from FPX. I would say desperation plays, trying to get anything done on the map. Look at the level disparity. It was 3 levels difference, only 2 now, between Ale and ZDZ. 2 levels difference between the junglers as well. That top of the map has not necessarily done very well for FPX. If anything, I feel like all the swaps around and missing creeps and minions and waves on the swaps back and forth to mid lane and top lane. Now, they've seen everyone from FPX walk up. They've walked through that tri-brush right there, which was warded by AL. So they know exactly. And Shanks,
They know.
I look to bait
Question
them.
mark? Yeah, Shanks is here.
They have to know. They saw Dokdam walk up.
Rocker moves up, he's looking at the wave. There we
Yeah,
go,
they know.
Ward in, but they've still walked close enough, and Shanks is going to go down surely. Tries to survive, but he's down. There's a reset, and this is the chance. Dokdam, though, has gone too deep, and Ala answers on the bottom side of the play, but he goes down as Hope tries to get involved. FPX, even though AL knew the play was coming, they still go straight into it.
AL, you knew they were there. You saw Dokdam walk up. Where do you think he went? There is no way there's no tier 1 top lane tower. An enemy AD carry with 0 summoners walks up to that top lane. And then he disappears. Where do you think everyone else is? AL, again, they've made so many uncharacteristic mistakes in FPX. We've mentioned how fast they are at capitalizing onto these mistakes. The champions they have are more than happy scaling the Viego, the Kai'Sa, capitalize onto these mistakes. You see, instantly engaging onto Shanks. Shanks doesn't even have a chance to use his ultimate right there. Ends up just dropping. By the time Ali's in this fight, he has to walk out.
And it, you know, 2 for 3 at the end of the day. There's some answer there for AL, but great to see FPX. And honestly, they did this kind of stuff against TT. They stacked brushes against TT to find ways back into the game. They're trying the same strategy again.
TT didn't know.
I mean, yeah, I guess AL maybe were trying to catch after a base had finished or something. I can't really understand why they go for that
Because you
base
saw
check.
KL, he used his W, walked up to the bush, tried to bait them. But like, why do you think a Leona is walking towards a top lane brush with W up? They know that you know that they know that you know.
Yeah.
AL got caught in all the you knows they know, and they didn't know that they were weaker if they get engaged on like this. Now AL have to be careful. Still have 7,000 gold lead, a pretty hefty lead 22 minutes in. However, if they keep making the same mistakes, one Viego, recent Dokdam has accumulated 7 kills for himself, going straight towards an AP item as well. This poke is going to start hurting from Kai'Sa if you keep giving kills over to Dokdam.
Well, I'm amazed Dokdam's in this game, honestly, with how the early game went, how the lane started for him. Being able to sweep up a few of these kills in the mid game has been phenomenal, and to be honest, he's pretty much the hope for FPX because this Renekton in the mid lane simply doesn't exist at this point in the game. I mean, I guess he does, you know, he's got a Black Cleaver. He actually sets up for Dokdam a little bit, but Cares had a really tough time of it, and I think ZDZ, you know, he was somewhat of a ray of hope for FPX when he joined this roster. It felt like maybe this could button up some of the issues that the team was having, and these drafts have been centered around getting ZDZ Aurora, but every single time, it feels like AL have just had the answer. They've not let him participate in the play. The TP play in the mid game as well, just sort of falling apart. And he's 3-3-3 now. His Rod of Ages is stacking. He will still exist later on in the game. Like, Aurora's not a champion that falls off, so we'll see if the game can go long enough for ZDZ to have more of an impact, but my goodness. It's been a tough one to watch if you're an FPX fan at home. AL, Shanks, is he going to get caught by this? The recall is being channeled by Life, and he does commit, so Shanks will be safe. Drake coming up in a minute, though, Trouble, and that's Soul for AL if they get it.
Now, here's the thing. Shank's been in the top lane. It's pretty safe for him, especially when he sees Care. Care doesn't have TP for the time being. And, you know, 1 versus 1, he beats ZDZ and he beats Care as well. Care is a Renekton 24 minutes in without the second item. You do not have a stare, which allows you to stay alive a little bit longer. FPX are starting Baron on top of Vision. And AL are moving straight in. FPX realize and we'll back off for the time being. But you said it, 27 seconds for the next dragon is going to be Soul for AL. FPX needs some sort of setup right there, which they're not allowed to have.
There's absolutely no vision down there for the side of FPX either. AL will now clear vision in the top side using that Rift Scuttler, the Void Scuttler even. And AL, they're just going to look for a fight. KL just charges in, ult slammed down, and FPX removed from the situation. AL, they're done with the shenanigans. They're done with the brush baits. They are here to win the game.
Come on, guys, stop bullying the Renekton, man. He doesn't even have a second item to his name. He's a very, very poor Crocodile right here. Care has not been having a great series, and FPX has been struggling due to that. Again, reminder how important mid laners are, not in this series, but in particular in the current meta that's happening. In AL, off of that pick, are going to secure themselves Soul Point. Remember how we said Kai'Sa's accelerating? She's got the 3 items. She's gonna start building more AP, lots of poke. Well, they just got Ocean Soul.
Yeah.
They don't care about your poke. They're gonna be healing you up.
It's brutal. It's absolutely brutal. Great engage from KL. Solar Flare comes in. Care literally doesn't even get to press a button before he goes down. Just gets one shot. I mean, AL, they're so good with a lead. We're only 25 minutes in. It's an 8,000 gold lead. They've got Soul, and they're, I mean, at this point, a shoe-in to get Baron as well. Like, I know we've just been talking all day now about how good AL are, but when the games look like this, I don't know what else to say. It's the end of the Milky Way story, it feels like, unless they find some kind of miracle, but that is really what they're looking for at this point.
FPX, I find it really hard to walk in and set down some vision as well. They're putting Care all alone down that bot lane, trying to get some XP, some CS, some gold, some items. Now they know that Baron has not been started, it's going to be cleared now. And they're gonna try to potentially pull Care's TP into this fight, but it's not even a bait at this point. Like, even if FPX tried to fight them 5 versus 5, they would just take it.
I mean, they do it so fast. With a Yone there, with an Ezreal, with a Lilia. It's not like they're short on damage. Look at this.
Back to back.
It's free. It's absolutely free. Kael just sits on the front line, and with Ocean Soul, he doesn't even take damage. There's a sleep on Milky Way as well. Oh my god, from bad to worse for FPX. He's burning. The Leandris finishes the job. CDZ tries to threaten the backline, but Hope eats towards him. In the meantime, Kael has gone down. Maybe a chance for FPX to find something, but Hope is 1v1ing the enemy top laner as the rest of AL barrel down the mid lane. This could not be more one-sided if it tried. Hope is he's on cooldown, can't quite finish this one off.
He still wants it, he's looking, he's gonna hit forward. That's another Q that misses, but hey, his sights are on the tower whilst AL are taking mid lane inhibitor. Again, another fight that went south for FP. Care had no time to reset right there. He just had to TP into this fight and try to help his team. By the time he got there, it was too late. Milky Way was already dead, and again, FPX are not on the same page this entire game. I understand how important the Sterak's is for Renekton, even though he's super far behind. It just allows him a little bit more time onto that front line to potentially get a reset for Viego, allow Aurora a little bit more damage, Doctum to dive into the backline. I understand the importance of having the item, but you need to back sooner. If your team is calling to play for the Baron, you do not have time. As you look on your minimaps right now, he's resetting as the fight is starting, and FPX gets tagged by Lilia right there. Coco will instantly pull the ultimate, and by that time, Bakir joins the fight. Milky Way's already dead.
Croco finishes the job there. I think that was the sleep that went through to actually re-proc Leandris and finish the job, but as Kael goes in, I mean, it's a good re-engage from Life there, forces the Zhonya's out from Croco, means Kael's gone a bit too deep by himself, but again, these tiny little things are not enough to make a difference at this point. We've got to see something truly magical from the side of FPX. I mean, CDZ 2 items at this point. Doctum is huge. If Doctum can get onto the backline, maybe find an assassination onto Hope or something, not entirely sure he wins the 1v1 at this point, though, because Hope is just pretty huge in his own right, let's be honest. And again, FPX, you know, so good against TT. Such a fun series to watch. But at the end of the day, AL are here to prove that they are a contender. They are here to prove that they deserve to go to the World Championship. And right now, I don't think there's even a conversation to be had between these two teams. CDZ disagrees, but I think CDZ's wrong as he's sent back to the fountain. AL, slow and steady, wins the race. And I say that at 29 minutes. It's not that slow. But they're quite happy to go without a fight. Ocean Soul used effectively, life forced out of the play as Care will find himself a fifth death for the game. Allah sets them apart. The lightning comes down and FPX fall. The Phoenix is singed to say the very least.
AL are showing an incredible read on FPX. Shutting down Milky Way every single game. On level 1, invading, getting the faster jungler. I don't know if it's that you have to get Croco off of the Lilia, because then he's going to jump straight into something like the Brand and do the same thing to you. He's going to jump back up, maybe even onto his Scarf, because he doesn't feel that threatened on it. You've got Nidalee in there as well if you want to play it, but something needs to change on FPX. Make your games easier. I feel like putting Care onto this Renekton, AL swapping onto you, just get your games easier. Put ZDZ onto something like the Cassante. Pay attention onto getting Milky Way through that early game. It's just, so far, it's just not working out. Nothing's working out. Neither the lanes, nor the tracking, not the vision control, not the skirmishes, nothing. They rely on enemy team making mistakes, and it's not always going to be handed to you.
I mean, they've just got to sack off this Aurora top now. Like 2 times in a row and it not working. This is playoffs. This is your last chance now. Maybe try something else. We're going to jump to a break and find out if AL could just finish this one and clean. I mean, imagine if AL just 3-0s this. What a statement they will make as they enter playoffs. We're going to jump to a break and then we'll find out.
the deepest red. Beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands
Welcome back, everybody, to day 4 of the LPL 2024 Summer Playoffs. I'm Munch. I'm joined by Trouble, as we are, honestly, we're witnessing a bit of a shellacking. It's 2-0 to AL, as they have decimated FPX 2 games in a row. And at this point, I'm just praying for some kind of miracle for FPX. Like, please show us something. Surely the FPX story for this year cannot end like this.
It's been looking so rough for FPX, and with all the buzz around Milky Way coming in, getting Rookie as well, it's just so sad to see that they're identityless. That's the least I can say about them. It feels like there's no specific way they like to play around a lane. They love fist fighting, but unless a team gives them an opening, it's really hard for them to find opening windows for themselves. And I feel like every single skirmish that they won in that game number 2, it was AL overextending. They were over-eager. They had the items, they had the gold, they had the levels, and they thought they could push whatever lane they wanted without necessarily using the vision control that has been defining their games up to this point. At least they're winning games, right? And I feel like they just need to show some life. I feel like Care has had a really bad series so far. I don't know if you're going to stick him back onto the Lucian that he's had a really good performance on, or just, you know, shake off the nerves and go back onto the Tristana. He had really good games versus TT on both of those. Milky Way, I don't know if it has to be the Kindred magic or just taking the Lilia away from Croco, but we need to see more, because right now it's the Stickman meme where you just poke them and be like, please do something.
They did try and do something a couple of times. This brush bait on the top side led to a positive fight for them. There were a couple of moments like this where they did get a bit of gold for themselves. But then AL, I mean, this fight, it was just like, okay, time to end the game. Just group up a Baron and fight the first person that comes anywhere near us. They got the Soul, they got the Baron. And to be honest, like, these later game fights, I don't think are the issue for FPX. I feel like when they get to the 5v5s, this is a competent team. It's more down to just the laning phases are so one-sided. Like, both Shanks and Ala are dominating their lanes. Like, down in the bottom side, we keep on seeing advantages, although Doctum did his best in that mid game there. Like, ultimately, these skirmishes early are so one-sided. And Croco, I think, far and away, winning out the jungle matchup right now. Hope gets himself an MVP in game number 2. And just, honestly, a phenomenal series for the entire team of AL right now. I just can't focus on anything else, though, than FPX. Like, surely this is not how their story ends. Surely there's more to come. I hope. I mean, this 3v3 is just beautiful from AL. Like, the coordination is gorgeous.
I mean, what do you do when you walk back into lane after this 3 versus 3 and enemy Ezreal is 1,000 gold up? 4 minutes into the game, just 4 minutes into the game, a 1,000 gold lead. Which was why I was surprised when I saw Doctum actually having a couple of kills. He tried so hard on the Disguiser to make it work, and I think I have to give props to both Life and Doctum for pulling this off as much as they did. And I will agree with you, when it comes to teamfights, I feel like FPX know exactly how they want to play, but when you show up to teamfights, 10,000 gold down. It doesn't matter if you're a good teamfighter, if you're a good scrapper, if you're a good skirmisher. You're just gonna get slapped in the face with a wallet full of items by AL, and that's exactly what happened. You mentioned it. It's like when AL decided the game is over, the game was over.
Yeah. I mean, we'll have to see what FPX have in the tank. I think that they will change tact. I think forget the Aurora top. Let's do something else now. Go back to what worked against TT.
How about Cassante?
Yeah, I mean, Cassante's been open the entire series. It's just been totally ignored. Ala is loving this, by the way. Ala gets to try all of his different matchups against this Aurora. He's had his Nasus game, he's had his Kennen game now. Like, it's all pretty great for him.
He picked the Kennen into the Renekton. Okay?
Well, true,
like,
yeah, true.
That was the matchup he chose, but then he practiced a different one, but which is fair enough.
I mean, he got his solo kill on the Renekton first, and then they switch matchups. So,
true.
And then let Shanks get the solo kill as well onto the Renekton. Like, you got to spread the Renekton solo kills across your team. Yeah, tough series for Care after a triple MVP against TT. FPX on the blue side once again.
One?
Wow.
It's R1. Sorry, my bad. I saw it immediately behind the players and I was like, hold on a minute.
Like, this is exactly what we were talking about in the break off of the broadcast. Like, get this Lilia away from Croco. Croco, who's been running the series on the Lilia, Milky Way takes that away.
do it, please. Lock in Renekton Nidalee right here. This is absolute dominance for the top side of the map. Croco has been absolutely dictating how that jungle goes. And I feel like, if anything, Nidalee is a very heavy bully champion in the jungle. Now, surrounded by a Tristana and a Renekton, you also have setup, you've got push through that Tristana as well. I feel like FPX are going to need really strong lanes going up against AL to allow Milky Way some time to breathe. Yes, finally, a Cassante. I never knew I was going to celebrate this champion this much on the top side, but they need some stability on the top side. No more Aurora. It's not up to ZDZ. It's just easier to execute compositions than Nidalee locked in by Croco. I love this. There's pressure with the Renekton. There's perma push with the Tristana. There's nothing Nidalee can't do with double lane prio.
So Croco gets a Nidalee. Let's see if Milky Way can match it on that Lilia. Now we move into banning away some signatures, right? The Rumble is banned from life. The Pike also banned away from life. Getting rid of the comfort and turning it into a somewhat standard bottom lane. And guess what? Ezreal is up and available. So AL could even just go Ezreal for Hope next and leave last pick for support.
I'm specifically really liking the Pike ban right here because Life would be roaming the map, which would make Croco's life much more difficult in depriving Milky Way off of his own jungle, which he has been doing during the first 2 games of this series. So I'm loving the Rakan, I'm loving the Pike. You're giving away more sturdy, sort of very straightforward engaged champions like the Rel. The Alice is going to be taken away, so I'm expecting the Rel to come through from Life right here. He could go towards something like the Braum if he really wants to play towards that. It's not good. Oh, he is. He is. It's going to be Doctam on the Caitlyn and Life on the Braum.
I feel like Life is maybe saying, look, you're going to try and dive the spot, I think. let's lock in a Braum with that Alistair there, with a Nidalee, with a Tristana that could roam, maybe. But we'll have to see. Doesn't feel like there's a lot of hard engage on the side of FPX. It could be difficult for them to start fights on their own terms. But for AL, just looking for an AD carry that realistically you can quite happily go for this utility pick of the Jhin when you've got Tristan and Nidalee Renekton on the top side. You can be the one to help start that fight with the curtain call.
That was a recipe for disaster with FPX, with that Caitlyn down bot lane. They played it versus TT. It did not go well. They got deprived of experience early on, and Caitlyn wants to be a very lane-dominant AD carry. Let's see if Doctam and Life can actually bring this duo to life versus AL. All eyes for me on Croco. He's got Tristana, he's got Renekton, he's got mega setup towards the top side of the map. Can he shut down Milky Way over again and pretty much seal the coffin and allow JDG fans to also be happy by taking FPX out?
Can they do it? I mean, they've got a lot of power in that top side, but equally, you expect Milky Way to be looking towards that bottom lane. He's got a Caitlyn Braum to play around. He's on the Lilia, so very, very fast clear to get down towards that bottom side and maybe try and force an advantage somewhere. FPX, they've got to do something. The story of Milky Way and this team has been incredible this year. That spring was unbelievable. Summer, they've managed to make it into the Ascend group. They made it so far. They've made it into the second round of playoffs. But now 0-2 down. Surely this story doesn't end like this. FPX, last chance to show us that they truly are those phoenixes, that they can be reborn and redeemed here in game number 3 of the series, up against anyone's legend. There's a big old play down bot side here from FPX. Hope is trading really aggressive with Doctor, but Life is moving over the slow lands onto Kayle. Not Hope, Kayle, sorry, as they will get underneath their tower. Life going to be able to get some deep vision though. They're going to try and cancel the recalls here. They will be able to succeed in cancelling those recalls. Kayle going to stand to block Life. Make sure his AD carry can get back to base, but Doctum can't. Well played by Kayle. Gets his AD carry an advantage.
Kael also blocking the Q, very important from Life. It would have been hopes, probably the cleanse or flash or both, if that had hit onto the AD carry of AL. And we mentioned how important this is for FPX, but for AL, making it for the first time in playoffs. They missed playoffs for one game in spring, getting Taba in, getting Ala in, seeing the resurgence, the restructure of the team and how well they were playing at the start of summer. And actually fumbling towards the end, coming off of a 5-series even, lose streak right here. Showing that they have bounced back, showing us the ways that they can play around their vision, around the dominant lanes. Has been honestly a breath of fresh air. A lot of people, when they saw AL back at the start of summer, they were like, wow, we do want to see this team at Worlds. And I will agree, I feel like this team, with the way they read FPX so far, the way they play through their early games, I also want to see them at Worlds because they are playing such calculated League of Legends.
Yeah. And it's fun to think about the standings right now and which teams we might end up seeing at Worlds, because JDG have sort of fallen there, relying on this series just to have a chance of making it. FPX on the cusp here, and it leaves AL, it leaves teams like Weibo, obviously, but then teams like NIP that are making a run in the upper bracket, keep their own dreams alive. Maybe Rookie can make it after all. I think everyone had just about given up until playoffs began, and that is just the LPL in a nutshell, isn't it? You think one thing, and then playoffs is a whole different story. It always is.
I don't want to be an overreaction Andy right here, but did Croco take the chickens again?
I don't know. I don't think he did. I don't think he did. Wait, did he? Yeah, maybe he did. He's only got 24 CS, right? After the red buff, so that's only his
Alright, so he didn't.
I'm pretty sure he did.
Okay. Alright. It was this Milky Way starting, as usual, in the Lilia at his chickens. You know, at this point, I'm just used to all the chickens belonging to Croco, so I assumed, as he was further ahead in terms of farming, he will not find Milky Way in the jungle. Ooh.
Milky Way knocked up Croco, moving over, and there we go. Flash from Milky Way. Hope could be in trouble, though, as Life gets the passive down. Hope is going to have to flash. Surely Cleanse comes out instead, and Life is pretty chunked. Root flashed away from AL. They've scored themselves a crab, but they want more than a crab at this point. They want themselves a scrap. AL on the front line, hunting for that engage. Won't be able to find the fight, but Croco move over, get the scuttle crab. No, again, just ignoring the crab here, looking for a fight instead. Needs to be careful though, because Milky Way is full HP in that brush. I don't think this is going to turn into a fight, but then again, I mean, if Milky Way finishes the recall, it's a big advantage for AL, which is still a knife's edge the whole time. As AL, I think, are just going to finish trying to push this wave in. He's trying to, like, his bot lane get the wave in. No, he's trying to find a kill onto Life instead. Croco goes in. One more auto onto Life. First blood, but at what cost? Because Doctor is free firing and answers. Milky Way charges forward, but goes wide on the swirl seed. The root sidestep by Doctor. It's 1-for-1.
Two beautiful traps set down by Doctum right there. Pinning Croco, putting as much damage as they can onto him. Ending up killing the Nidalee. The trade with the Nidalee, with the Caitlyn is so advantageous for FPX. When you do pick that Caitlyn down the bot lane, you want her head. You want her to be chipping on these towers. You want her to pin opponents under their own towers to just keep pressuring. This is an AD Ziggs, pretty much. So getting ahead right there, that was why Croco was also staying around, making sure that this Caitlyn cannot pressure that lane, potentially getting a Summoner spell right there. Ooh,
Spear lands from Croco, that's big damage onto Milky Way, and ZDZ is chunked as well. Milky Way down to 300 HP, a trap in the brush as the Gromp blocks the spear, but Care's in trouble in the mid lane, as here comes Kael to set Shanks up, and there we have it, mid lane won again.
Again, Kael with a beautiful roam towards that mid lane. Doesn't show up too early. He's not the one starting the play. He's the one to finish it. Beautiful headbutt overrides right there. Let's watch this one more time. They know that Croco is going to jump onto Life, so Doctum had preemptively put a trap down onto Croco, and then when he gets tagged by the Braum passive and gets stunned, another trap goes down underneath Croco. Croco 8, one too many cupcakes. Got capitalized on for that one.
Certainly did, and Croco has cleared out this top side of the jungle when he forced away Milky Way earlier. Finishes the Wolves, immediately goes to Grubs. Ala had proxied a wave while Croco was on those Wolves because he knew he was safe to just abandon the top lane. Now Milky Way moves to the bottom side. Can he influence this bottom lane? Milky Way has to find a way into this game.
It has looked much easier for him, at least on the Lilia right here. A little bit of a faster clear, a lot more self-agency with the champion as well. He knows that Croco is busy towards the top side of the map, so he is invading a little bit more easily right now, having some priority through any lane. And I feel like if anything, Life and Doctor have been a ray of shining light for FPX. They have been the ones that have tried to get the team going. So Milky Way playing towards the bot side of the map feels a bit safer. Shanks again taking a huge chunk
fight in the jungle. Milky Way was going for the invade, but he's caught out. In the meantime, though, there's a kill, and Milky Way still survives. Hope now in trouble as Croco was put to sleep, and FPX winning this skirmish. This is what we needed to see. Croco, good hunt for a spear here. Doesn't know that Milky Way's in the brush. Flashes the swirl seed, transforms and goes wide on the javelin, and Life is going to try and block his exit. But Croco should be good on this one as he jumps sideways out to safety.
Everyone hopping and skipping around in this one. Milky Way going aggressive, but again, now he has the backup of Dogdom and Life on that Caitlyn Braum. It has seemed so oppressive so far in the early game, and yes, you expect Jhin to fall behind into the Caitlyn, but Isaac, the F-Sword in Dogdom's inventory of 1,000 gold. It's a whole how the tables have turned.
Great angle for ZDZ. Ala pops the Dominus, something ZDZ, or something Care, sorry, didn't manage to do earlier on in the series. Ala took another tower shot. ZDZ surely finds a solo kill. Beautifully done.
FPX absolutely need these plays. ZDZ steps up onto his Cassante. One of the champions that he got known for in the LPL. He's played so much of it. He's looked really good on that as well. Ale, it's one more extra tower shot. What is with AL and eating things that shouldn't be? The tower shot, the double cupcake from Croco as well. AL absolutely overextending these plays, and FPX, we mentioned how fast they are at capitalizing onto these mistakes. Let's watch one more time. The Q3 will hit beautifully, turning him back onto the tower. That was 2 tower shots already tanked by Ale. And even though Ale gets a fantastic trade out here, dodging the Q3, the fact that he dived that far forward.
It's a great trade if he's not in tower range, but he was in tower range, so ZDZ.
Ecstatic.
Yeah, very, very happy with the way that one's gone. Lane swap, though, to shut down ZDZ. In fact, it's not even a swap. Ala's here, too. And the FPX of hope flashed by ZDZ. He knows what's going on. This is in trade of what's happening on the bottom side. Is KL happy to tank up. There's the root. And the damage will come on through. Surely they finish the job here. There we go. Croco gets the kill. And in the meantime, Doctor is just taking plate after plate on Caitlyn.
As we mentioned, the AD Ziggs right there, the Caitlyn, you definitely want to put her ahead, and that's exactly what FPX did. Milky Way played primarily through that bot side of the map. They got priority. The flash was never blown onto the Caitlyn. This is why Croco early on stuck around towards the bot side of the map, because if you take that flash away from Caitlyn, she cannot be as oppressive anymore. She has to play a bit far forward, but that was never the case. Doctum with a very good 2,000 gold early game lead, and again, he was the guy, together with Life, to keep the game slightly alive in games number 1 and number 2. Now with the Collector already finished, full boots as well. FPX are in full swing. You can take the Caitlyn towards the top side of the map. Reminder, when you are playing the Caitlyn, you need to be first in the objective to be able to set up, and that's exactly what FPX are looking for here.
And I feel like, you know, now that Lilia's been taken away from Croco, and now that we're not having these weird Aurora lanes and whatnot, suddenly we've actually got a good series of League of Legends. Suddenly, like this is the game that goes the way I expected this series to be, you know, where FPX actually show us that they can play towards a win condition, actually show us that they can take an advantage in the early game. In fact, both games in the regular split between these two teams, it was FPX with a lead to start us off. Ala dodges the swirl seed. I think he'll be okay on this one. Doesn't have a tower, but he'll walk away. And now FPX, once again, they have managed to find themselves a lead. They're 1,000 gold up. They're actually challenging AL.
I feel like you just hit the nail right on the head. It's ease of execution. Milky Way on a faster clearing jungler than Croco. He's got priority through that bot lane of the map. He has been playing with 3 losing lanes all game.
Yep.
What can your jungler do with 3 losing lanes? He's gonna lose his entire jungle. And even though Croco had fantastic reads on the map, this time around Milky Way had a lane to play through. You see how they're moving Caitlyn around the map to try and capitalize on those objectives, and this has been FPX's playstyle. They'll get a fed AD carry through the map, whether it's Care in the mid lane or Doctum down the bot lane, and they'll transition them around to play for those skirmishes. Now, of course, AL here is not giving them any skirmish. They know that Caitlyn is super fed, having that collector, having the boots available to her, so they try to play as far away from her as possible. You see, giving Shanks a lot of tower plate action down the bottom side of the map. Once Doctum is straight in top lane tower.
ZDZ's trying to come underneath this tower to defend, but there's 3 players.
Fine for now.
Will survive. Alan can't get another plate, so all things considered, these trades are going so well for FPX. Doctum is 2,000 gold up individually, and it's only getting worse as he collects yet more plates on the top side, denies yet more minion waves in that top side as well. I mean, he's 30 CS up on his lane opponent, and this tower will fall. That'll be the 2nd tower before 14 minutes. Croco, though, moves up to this top side. Double TP here onto the Nidalee trap. AL want to punish. Doctum cannot get away with this unscathed. And Shanks tries to move in. Alan takes a huge chunk of damage. Look at the damage from Doctum onto the Croc. But there's only so much he can do. And Doctum will fall. Life might be next as the root does land. Kael happy to tank up the tower. And a double for Shanks.
And it feels like the nameplates have turned around. This would usually be FPX trying to punish on an AL that's taking the entire map. However, this time around, AL pulling double TP to shut down the Caitlyn. Now, in all honesty, I don't know how much shut down this Caitlyn is. Still 2.2k up. BF starting the inventory. However, better AD carry usually wins, whether it's from mid lane or the bot lane munch. Shanks has been given a lot of priority on the map. He's been given a lot of resources. He's been pulled around for all those star platings. You see as he's waiting right there for all those creeps to die before he takes down the tower as well. Let's watch this one more time. Alec coming in instantly ulting up. I think he's gonna walk into a cupcake if I'm not wrong there. He walks into the cupcake and takes a lot of damage. And this is where things start getting very worrying because Life's ultimate hit both Croco and Life. So you thought the advance might get folded right there, but AL did find themselves into the backline. And very importantly, the shutdown goal did go to Shanks as well.
Yeah, Shanks getting both of those kills with the shutdown as well. He's got a Blade of the Rune King and a Zeal, and nearly finished his cull as well. Shanks is becoming a bit of a terror on that Tristana. We'll see if Doctum can keep his snowball rolling, though, because he's still 2,000 gold up. But again, when we talked about this Jhin in the draft, we talked about it as this kind of utility AD carry that realistically is there to set up for Shanks, Croco, and Alan. Like, he's not really going to be the one carrying himself. We'll see if he can be that setup tool. Because FPX right now with a Herald as well, with 3 Grubs, with a Caitlyn this strong, they are set up to really take objectives.
As you can see though here, a little bit of a different flavor. You see that FPX is actually able to walk into these objectives because of how much pressure they've put on the other towers. Top lane tier 1 gone, bot lane tier 1 gone. There's a lot of darkness in AL's map right now, and FPX are capitalizing onto this to try and put some pressure on the neutral objectives. It feels like, again, ease of execution has come through for FPX. Now they're using how Doctum is in the lead to try and pressure the mid lane. Rift Herald gonna be popped in. That will be the last tier 1 tower remaining for AL, also going down. And this is going to challenge AL's control on the map. How do you regain control? You've got Alistar, you've got the Renekton. Can you walk up to those objectives?
FPX got that first Drake. They're looking for a second. ZDZ happy to tank on the front line. This is going to be a full-on 5v5 as Shanks arrives on the play as well. Spear goes wide. The trap lands onto Ala. Dominus will keep him alive for a second. In fact, he doesn't even get to use it. Nicely done, FPX setting up on the Drake. Get the trap, get the kill.
They could see there was a trap in there. Croco was fighting for this brush for 20 seconds straight. AL walking into traps, not capitalizing on FPX overextending, which, talking about this right now, I don't know if Ekasante overextending is necessarily a mistake right here, because it looks pretty strong to me.
He does, but is he stronger than Croco, Kyle, and Shanks? He might be with Milky Way moving over, and a TP coming on in, all out onto Croco as well. The spear is max range, it doesn't quite finish the job. Kyle takes a hit from Care. With the TP, it's enough to save Private ZDZ.
ZDZ onto the Kasante here, having a much better performance than the last two Aurora games that we saw back on one of his COP classics, if you will. And again, look, Croco's been fighting over this. Oh, he didn't put the trap in the brush. He did not put the trap in the brush, so they had no clue that it was there. Crocodile walks in, eats the cupcake, plays with his life. I'm sorry, I said that AL were completely aware. They were completely unaware, guys.
Certainly were. Ala gets rid of Control Ward, does get out with his life as well. And I do feel like this has been a little bit of a slower game than the other games in this series. They still had quite a lot of action, maybe less kills. But I feel like AL are a team, you know, when we saw the two games between these... Never mind, we have no time to talk because Care has been caught. He just jumped straight at them.
What? There was no one around from FPX and Care just W's forward to put some damage down onto Ala. Ala's got Eclipse. Any squishy target that dives his way, he can pretty much give them the magician magic trick and make them disappear. He did require a little bit of assistance from other members of AL and a TP from Shanks, just in case there were more members from FPX. But so far, AL have been capitalizing on FPX's mistakes. The tables have definitely turned, and you can see right here how FPX have pretty good vision towards the top side of the map to try and help Care to push, but right there, Care overextending, not respecting the lack of vision on other members. Now ZDZ is the one pushing towards that bot side of the map. AL are trying to figure out ways to try and advance forward into their own jungle and gain some control back.
And what was an exceptionally one-sided early game in favor of FPX is now an even game. And you can see the mid lane lead for Shanks is equal to that of the bot lane lead for Doctum. Doctum just finishing off that Infinity Edge now. Shanks similarly finishes off his Flicker Blade, also has that QSS for himself. And like you said before, a lot of the time it's down to which is the best AD carry on the map. We'll have to wait and see, but Hope will certainly be more useful to his team on a Jhin than Care will be on an underfed Corki.
Yeah, and Doctum's job right there is to set up a lot of those objectives and the choke points and stuff. Oh,
it's pretty hard to kill with that Unbreakable. Kyle, Unbreakable will as well. Kyle low on HP, put to sleep, and the Swirl Seed finishes the job. FPX set up a trap on the TP as well, so they might just have Croc for dessert. FPX, beautiful jungle play, and they send AL away.
I was about to say, FPX are looking for AL to walk into them when you aggress. The Caitlyn is not as potent as if you're walking into them onto the traps. FPX are using the lead that they have on the map in terms of vision. AL are just walking into them. They cannot necessarily capitalize on the lead that Shanks has right now, because Shanks has to overgroup because he's the only one fed in the team. You see how Care is actually one level up on the sideline right now, level 13 onto the Corki. And even though the gold lead is 2,000 in favor of Shanks, Care has been getting a bunch of those waves on the sideline. He's been a threat with some that we don't necessarily see a lot by FPX playing those sidelines. Let's watch this one more time. Too many unbreakables. Unbreakable from the Braum, unbreakable from the Alistar. Who's going to be the more durable on the map right there? And it was actually the Braum getting out. Milky Way almost dying there as well. And there's one thing you can't do in front of the Caitlyn. One is TP, two is Zonias. Yeah. Ale did the first one of the two. Ended up paying for eating yet another cupcake.
I think the tough thing as well is, like, what are the issues that this... Oh, hang on, Shanks. Okay, he's alright. Gets his bomb off. That's half of his health gone, though. Like, that is just not really ideal, is it? Third Drake coming up as well. I feel like FPX surely just win the fight at this point in the game. But I don't know, maybe not. We'll have to see. Shanks trying to heal off of the Gromp in the meantime. We'll be able to do so. Maybe this time, when you're not fighting in the jungle into these traps, maybe this is your angle for the side of AL.
Ala is also looking for a flank right here. Care is blocking that one for him. Kyle on the other side again. When there's too many flanks,
Oh, look at
it
Alan.
will be an undernumbered group.
Ala in the backside of the Dragon Pit. Kyle looking for the flash over the wall. Ala pops
Milky
the
Way.
Dominus and looks for Milky Way here. In they go, and the Dragon is stolen. Croc in the middle of everyone, but Kyle's going to go down, and the Croc was taken out by ZDZ, so maybe a chance for FPX to turn this into a game and turn this into a series. They find two, and they look to Baron.
ZDZ was so clutch there. Ale sneaked into the back brush, looking for Milky Way, even flashed in, and ZDZ takes him and shoves him back out of the map. This could have been absolutely disastrous if Ale could actually stay in contact with a bunch of those targets. But now FPX, they've got numbers advantage. Croco is still in there. But they're gonna have to make sure that he doesn't have access to the pit.
Health bars aren't that healthy for FPX, and Croco's in the area for a steal. Milky Way chunked out, and Shanks is threatening on the bottom side. It's 3v5 in the Baron pit, and the 3 win it out. Croco moves into the back of the Baron pit as Kyle arrives on the scene, but Shanks is one-shot. Doctor turns it around as Kyle gets 3, and now the spike fight, and Milky Way wins those. FPX have woken up. They're here to play.
FPX played this team fight fantastically. When they started getting poked down by the curtain call, they pulled back, and once all the cooldowns were down for AL, they re-engaged the fight. They one-shot Shanks, and guess what? That's the whole threat gone. Look at this play yet again. Adler has sneaked in, he's popped his dominance, and he's looking for Milky Way. He even flashes forward for him, and ZDZ is having none of that. Takes the threat out, and once Kyle is gone, that's the front line gone for AL. They cannot pressure any further forward. Kyle died. Ale was taken out, and the 3 squishy members trying to navigate the fight. And let's push this one more time. Curtain call is going to be called by Hope right here, soaked up mostly by Life and ZDZ. And look at FPX, very patient. They pull back once all of the cooldowns were gone. They call, oh my god, Doctor.
Yeah.
Absolutely destroyed Shanks.
Phenomenal combo there from Doctum. Really well played to punish Shanks. The greater range AD carry wins, apparently. Shanks just removed from the play. I feel like AL, if they had just accepted pushing FPX off of the Baron, that's a one play. But they had to push for more, didn't they? Ala.
Oh boy.
I mean, he's 2 levels down on Care. Care is well and truly in the game now. W's forward, but this time it's right. Solo kill and revenge for the rest of the series.
I feel like Care needs this so much. With how the series has gone for him and how unfortunate it's been, he really needs that confidence boost as FPX are pressuring all 3 lanes at once. Inhibitor tower mid, 2 waves pressuring on side lanes as well by Care and ZDZ. Perfect use of that Baron, not only the inhibitor, but every single outer tower remaining for AL, and 7,000 now gold in the lead for FPX. They absolutely needed this to stay alive in this series.
FPX pressuring multiple. Oh
my!
What even was that? Was that a headshot? That's insane damage on
Corky plus
Tahoe.
Caitlyn?
Oh, was it a rocket as well? I was going to say, just an auto is too insane. As FPX, they'll be able to finish this with ease. If there's one thing Caitlyn's good at, it's these Baron siege scenarios. Croco is hunting for spears. I think FPX know exactly where he is. And now FPX can muscle in as ZDZ's on a flank, but Kyle sends him away. Croco flashes to safety just about. Primal Surge keeps him alive, but Kyle has sacrificed his life to save his jungler. 2 inhibs down. And FPX, I think, are happy with the way that's gone. However, a reset came through and a TP's coming back in. FPX, they're not done just yet. They want to push us to 4 games in the fastest game of the series so far. FPX answer back for the crimes AL have committed in those first 2 games. The Phoenix is very much reborn.
When FPX wins, they win fast. They're decisive. They use their gold lead. That's exactly what they did here. I cannot stress enough how much of a breath of fresh air it was to see Milky Way having a lane of priority, a lane that is winning, a lane that he can play through. Doctam and Life keeping this series together. That Caitlyn was absolutely beautiful by Doctam. Now the question is, moving into the next game, what's the priority in this Lilia? Because I'm expecting that AL will be choosing that blue side again, and FPX might have to ban it.
I think the ban's going to change. We'll have to wait and see. We're going to jump into game number 4 right after the break. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. We have a series on our hands. I'm happy to finally be able to say FPX fight back against AL. I'm joined by Trouble as we head towards game number 4. And FPX completely changing the game plan here, and it worked so beautifully for them.
They just made it easier for themselves. They just drafted for a winning lane. I feel like it's so important when you're so reliant on your jungler getting ahead. When your jungler is your superstar, you need to surround him with some stable or winning lanes. The Cassante coming in from ZDZ completely neutralized Ale on the top side of the map. You had Dogdam and Life absolutely dominating Hope and Kael, who have been taking the heat onto them as well, right? So Milky Way did have avenues around the map to play through on that Lilia. Now, a bigger question mark is coming off of this series. Is it the Lilia effect? And if so, how are FPX planning to play around this? Because Croco looks really strong onto the Lilia, didn't quite look as decisive onto the Nidalee, and Milky Way looks good on it as well. So is he getting banned out? Because I'm assuming FPX are also going to be on red side for this game number 4.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, FPX doing a great job of playing for these brushes. You know, Cat, unfortunate moment there for him, but aside from that, generally speaking, really nice play from FPX, and they didn't have any hard engage tools of their own, but AL were very happy to be the ones engaging these fights, and Life could soak so much for his team.
Yeah, and I feel like every single time anyone from AL stepped forward, Dogdam took full control and utilized his kit with the trap. The TP's coming in, he trapped. Knowing that the drone passive was going to be stacked, he had already freed trap where he thought anyone was going to be pinned into place. And I feel like ZDZ had such clutch moments on this Cassandra, not only taking the Renekton away from the fight and sort of averting crisis right there for FPX, but also his side lane pressure was so strong. He was soaking so much attention off of AL. 2, 3, 4 members. We saw how many dives of AL trying to get onto ZDZ, and he was just soaking so much time away from them. So I feel like FPX having a little bit of a resurgence right here was very, very much needed for them.
It certainly was. I mean, Care as well, having a bit of redemption for himself towards the end of the game with the solo kill onto Ale. Fantastic game coming in from FPX. I think Dogdam, yeah, going to be the MVP on the back of that one, and rightly so. Took the lead in the early game, managed to get 10 plates for himself with both side lane towers going down before 14 minutes. That just took over the game from that point. I mean, we all saw what happened. He one-shot Shanks, but this first fight is what got him ahead in the first place.
But look at this, he knows where they're going to jump in. He knew where Croco was going to land, so he had preemptively put a trap down. Then he preemptively puts another trap where the Braum passive was going to proc. Dogdam reading these situations so well. And look at this. So they have not spotted the trap because Croco puts his trap outside of the brush. So Ale just blindly walks into the cap and is absolutely one-shot by the entirety of FPX. Great stuff from Dogdam to actually leverage the lead that he had throughout the game.
So good, and these fights are so easy for him to play. I want to see if he's getting any of these EW combos on the Caitlyn as well. I want to keep my eyes on the mechanics, how much Dogdam has. I mean, he gets the trap down. I mean, he doesn't need to, does he? He just auto-zips down at that point. Fantastic stuff from Dogdam. This is an important one, as he walks on up, hits the headshot to start it off.
There you go. There he is.
Okay, he doesn't even need to. He just EQs. There's not even an extra trap placed because he's got the headshot and just finishes off the job. Nicely done there by Dogdam. Fantastic bit of play from him on the Caitlyn. Snowballing the game like crazy. The Ziggs was banned, but the Caitlyn is just the AD version of the Ziggs, so we saw a similar style of win. And now, as you said, we've got to talk about this next draft because AL probably going to be going over to our blue side. That means they could very likely get that Lilia for themselves again. What do FPX do about it? Because to be honest, I think they might just ban it away.
I'm getting a little bit worried because if you look in their drafts, they've been banning Leona on red side for FPX, and now they have Ashe that they need to ban, which they didn't in game number 1, and Hope had more than a fantastic time on the champion. You've got the Lilia that you have to be worried about, the Leona, which AL are more than happy to be one for themselves. So I feel like there is a bunch of things that FPX need to worry about here, and I would love to see their priorities. I want to see the Lilia banned away. I want to see Croco on a different kind of champion, because I feel like the Nidalee right there, even though oppressive, he didn't look as strong on it and as decisive as he did on the Lilia. So take him off of the champion if you're going to be on red side for FPX and see what else he has in the pool.
Only time will tell. FPX still against the ropes. I mean, to win this series would be to get a reverse sweep. And I mean, what a way to do it. The story of Milky Way and FPX continuing here. And you know, at the start of that last game, I was saying I wasn't sure if there was a way for that story to continue. They proved me wrong. And I'm happy to see it because FPX have finally shown up in this series and I want to see them keep that going. But anyone's legend, definitely still favorites to finish this one out. We'll see what Tabe has cooked up for the blue side.
Oh, there is the Leona and the Lilia taken away. Now again, you've got things like the Lucian and the Tristana you need to take care of, as well as the Ashe. So it really depends right here on AL are going to ban the Lucian themselves. So I'm assuming if an Ashe ban comes through, Tristana's going to get locked in right here for AL. They do have their Renekton if they want to play for their top side of the map, as well as the Aurora that's available to them. It just depends on what they value more. And so far, I feel like Shanks on that Tristana has been so pivotal for them. There you go. Different jungler. We asked about it.
Yeah, Zyra for Croco. Zyra, a champion that really has fallen out of favor in the LPL ever since all of the changes came through to the jungle. And we'll see how Croco's going to be able to do on it. But I will say, Croco, pretty good Zyra, generally speaking, has had success on the pick. And FPX, are they really going to go back to this Aurora? It's not worked out for them. Both of their game losses with ZDZ on the Aurora. We'll see if that will go up to the top lane if Care's been practicing this pick as well. Shenanigans have been afoot
Kindred coach
across this series. Yeah, we'll see if they continue. Looks like Care will take the Aurora this time.
All right, this is a pretty big telltale that Milky Way is going to be back on an AD champion, whether it's something like the Lee Sin, the Viego, something like the Zinzao, or his infamous Kindred. Now, of course, Kindred is what he's the most proficient on, and he seems to have blind picked it in many times during spring, and what's made him so famous among the rookies coming into the LPL. However, Shanks and Croco right here, if that gets locked in, that is a very deadly duo that scales so well into the late game, but as well as team fights, and a duo that controls space really well as well, with how slippery Yone can be, and of course the plants from Zyra.
I think you could even go for something like an Ezreal here, like a priority AD carry. You already know you're
control
up
more
against
space.
But no. Ala wants to take his matchup, wants to control that top lane. We saw a fantastic Kennen game from Ala earlier in the series. In fact, I believe it was both Kennen and Yone in that game. See if it can work for AL again. As FPX, they want to get knocked them ahead. They lock that Caitlyn once more.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it right there. However, for AL, a bunch of the bans are pretty straightforward right here. I think you need to get rid of the Braum. I feel that the Braum Caitlyn lane worked wonders for FPX. And of course, when you're playing into a Braum, any other melee champion that walks up to Braum, in terms of all the very prominent supports that we have, like the Rel and the Alistar coming up, will get countered by the Braum. It's a very easy lane into that. However, you also know that Milky Way's pool is very volatile right now. He's going to be going towards the ADs in the jungle, and you know very well what he plays in the jungle: the Kindred, the Viego, and the Lee Sin.
Certainly does. The Viego taken away from him. We'll see if that Kindred is banned as well, and if so, where does Milky Way go? Because we're sort of on the edge of what has been meta in the LPL. Generally, it's been AP junglers with a little bit of a splash of Viego occasionally, a little splash of Kindred occasionally. But the Braum taken off of the board instead to make sure that Life can't completely deny the engagers once again. And there it is, Kindred immediately for Milky Way.
Life on the line for FPX. They really need the reverse sweep. He made his name known on the champion, permanently blind picking it over in spring and performing some 1v9 incredible performances. And it makes sense when they Ken and Yone Zyra, they do so much damage into your backline. Being able to pop down that ultimate to keep Dogdom or yourself alive is going to be of pivotal importance. However, AL are taking a more aggressive approach towards the bot side of the map. We could even be looking at Renata Kalista coming through for that bot lane.
Renata can struggle into double range lanes, so perhaps an angle here for Life to go for something long-ranged alongside this Caitlyn. I mean, Lux, Morgana are kind of the classics, right? But plenty of options. And Karma will come on through. So double range on both sides of the bot lane. Pure disengage and range poke for FPX. Pure all in for Hope and Kael. And we'll see if it's Croco or Milky Way who can influence that lane more.
Oh, this is so exciting. We've got one of the deadliest bot lanes in the likes of Kalista plus Renata. The LPL single-handedly made that bot lane level 2 the deadliest bot lane couple of years back, and FPX are replying with a cold classic, the Caitlyn plus Karma, the ever pressuring pokey lane. So annoying, pinning you under tower. I am so excited to see which one of these lanes snowballs, because the one that does will most likely be taking over the game.
I'm nervous. I'm nervous for FPX, but this composition from them, it does feel good, doesn't it? It does feel like after the first couple of games in this series, they've woken up a little bit. But AL are a team that you expect to be good at pivoting. If there's anything Tabe's good at, it's changing approaches across the course of a series. Anyone's Legend now completely changing the way they approach this bottom lane. And with Zyra's clear speed, you expect them to try and find an advantage. Let's see if Anyone's Legend have what it takes to finish this series out. But FPX, it feels like the plot armor is thick. They win game number 3. They lock in the signature Milky Way Kindred for game number 4. Doctum back on the Caitlyn once again, and Care, the flavor of the month of the Aurora. The Phoenix flying in the sky once again. Let's see if they can push us to Silver Scrapes.
Ooh, I love the approach right here by FPX, making sure that Caitlyn Karma lane have a great start, pressuring up, seeing if you can get an early summon and an early pressure point for FPX. You get Karma and Caitlyn ahead. Kalista is extremely short range, and you did mention that Renata doesn't do pretty well in those pokey lanes as well, so Doctum and Live have a pretty good chance at pushing in here. You see Live with the Ignite as well. They want to take full control. That gives Milky Way again an avenue to play through, and he walks through that bot lane. ZDZ neutralizing topside with the Cassante, and Doctum and Live pressuring through the bot side.
Okay, ward cleared by Kael there. Shanks gets an opportunity to get a free hit onto Care, not something you often get in these range matchups. Early on as Yone, I don't think it'll make much difference. We'll see how this bot lane goes. Honestly, it's kind of reminiscent to see a Tabe draft that is, you know, this Kalista Renata lane. This is kind of a classic of the BLG back at MSI in 2023. Can Hope and Kael pilot it to the same efficacy that we saw from that famous roster that Tabe used to be on? We'll have to wait and see. They're against a very tough lane of this. I don't know. Anyone that's played a lot of Caitlyn or a lot of Karma knows just how brutal this lane is to play against. This is just one of the most obnoxious lanes I think that is available. I'd honestly rather play against Karma Ezreal than I would against Karma Caitlyn. Just the damage is obscene.
And of course, it's none other than Doctum's Caitlyn. You saw what happened last game when he got ahead, absolutely dominated the map. But Croco has different ideas here. He's going to wrap around. They expect the Zyra to full clear and then wrap. If you take Caitlyn's flash early on, she cannot be as oppressive. Let's see if they can.
Flashes need to be good. Oh, Kael goes wide on the handshake, but a root lands onto Life anyway. It's not really enough damage. That handshake needed to hit from Kael. And Croco, it's clever pathing, but it's not going to work out because now Milky Way is over the other side of the wall. He's waiting for Croco to walk into his path, and he's hunting for the enemy jungler. Flash available, Milky Way, Kindred, the signature pick, but the shield comes in. Croco saved by his bottom lane.
That was a little bit too overeager by Milky Way. There's no way you kill right there. Kael and Hope were heading back, and even though there's no heal onto Kael, there's still the shield to try and help. They're keeping Croco pinned down. Croco very cleverly, though, he only has the top side of his jungle left, so Right here, Milky Way cannot steal enough from them. The flash taken away from Caitlyn, both the summoners actually from Dogdom, is going to be huge on how this lane plays out. Very importantly, Caitlyn likes to play super far forward as Croco gets caught in his jungle right here. I feel like that's a little bit of an overzealous move, flashing forward. There's no way you kill right there with Hope and Kael
Yeah. Great
falling
pathing
backwards
there.
to try and help.
Really good pathing from Croco to get out of vision so that the W can't come through from Milky Way, so he doesn't get his Q. Cooldown. Really, really good. Or I guess it was the Mountain Dread maybe he was trying to cast. Either way, denied the cast. Milky Way goes for the double scuttle before moving into his own jungle there. So Milky Way gets his first stack as well.
But hold up, what is Croco doing? He's not stepped into his top quadrant of the jungle. He's wrapping around again. We talked about the flash on Caitlyn. Croco is giving up his jungle to get Hope and Kael ahead. Dogdom, no flash.
Nobody plays Zyra to farm. What are you talking about, Croco? On the full gank, Zyra. Is it enough? Because Kael is low, but Dogdom is chunked and will be finished off. There's one. Kael should fall for this one as Hope is chasing a Milky Way. Is on the way. Croco is going to face check right into them. And Milky Way is set up for more. Hope will be chased down as well, surely, as Life should be able to get shields for Milky Way. It's Milky Way with a double on his signature Kindred. Hope turns it around. The Reaper is hunted instead. Life answers, but it's at least something for AL.
Milky Way denied the stack right there. He did had Hope as his next stack. And Hope takes that Hope away from him, cashing in on a kill as well. And bot lane dead even. Summoners all down. It's everyone's game. And finally, Croco gets to clear, gets to see the top side of his jungle for the first time in 5 minutes. We highlighted the importance of the bot laners. Kalista Renata, heavy kill lane, very, very oppressive. However, you are outranged by a Caitlyn Karma, one of the most oppressive lanes in terms of poke and shoving you underneath your own tower and chipping away your tower and taking it early and then rotating around to take more, as we saw in game number 3. And as you can see, both those junglers, Milky Way reading the situation, but like, Croco is still level 3. The support is level 4, and your jungler is still level 3. Croco with the wraparound, trying to capitalize on Dogdom summoner spells.
Really nice handshake from Kael there as well. Doesn't quite manage to get the bailout, but Croco, I think this is just a bit of an overchase, to be honest. They should have known Milky Way was going to path down towards that bottom side again. Hope, I can't believe this damage he gets out. Oof. Massive for level 4 with basically no items. That is huge rend damage. Fantastically played by Hope to get an answer and not let Milky Way snowball too hard. Still 2 stacks early on this Kindred.
Yeah. And Croco has denied the other 2. One was on his Gromp, the other one is on his chickens. He'll be clearing that one out. However, let's have a look at what's happening to all the other lanes. Because it's been pure bowling action for 6 minutes straight. As Croco will head over the top side. He'll find Milky Way. Both of them have Smite. Oh, actually, Croco does not have his.
Okay, and he forces Milky Way over the wall, so there we go. Smite onto that. Milky Way, no flash available. Ala just takes a freebie. Croco setting that one up for his top laner. And Milky Way, we've seen it a few times this series, him just really underestimating quite what AL are bringing to the table.
I feel like it's the willingness of Shanks and Ally to drop their lanes to try and facilitate for Croco. I didn't see the same willingness coming in from ZDZ or Care. They saw Milky Way pretty much take the grubs, and it felt like everyone was kind of content with what was going on. But again, this is the stuff that we've been talking about, AL, their willingness to try and drop things on the map to facilitate for Croco, to facilitate for his Lilia earlier on that took the game by storm. Now again, Milky Way looking towards that bot side. Kael and Hope pinned down the tower, but Croco is there. Of course Croco is there. Everyone is bot lane this game.
Yeah, 3v3 bot lane is the name of the game here. Shanks sidesteps by Care. Doesn't get his angle. Hunting in that mid lane because he's 20 CS down. Needs to do something, and Care wants to continue to stretch that advantage as he'll deny 3 more minions and use those couple of grubs that Milky Way secured to keep wailing away on these plays. Good advantage in that mid lane for Care so far. The Aurora working a lot better than it has the rest of the series.
This is making me a little bit angry. Where was this Aurora in game number 2? Why in the world was a Renekton mid lane when Care can do this to Shanks? When Shanks is on Yone. He was on Yone in game number 2. Care is absolutely bullying the heck out of Shanks right here. And again, that bot lane prio with Doctum and Life, similarly to game number 3, the previous one we just watched, will allow Milky Way to go for that early dragon. Oh, Coco!
Flash for double flash in the bottom side. Great reactions from Doctum and Life. In the meantime, Milky Way hammering away on this dragon. So it's ultimately a win for FPX there. They get themselves an objective. And I think doing a good job to read what Croco was trying to do. This is the least farm I've ever seen on a Zyra jungle because Croco is literally just the third bot laner.
I was about to say, is anyone farming in this game? Because it feels like the only winner out of that one is Milky Way. He's got a perma-pressure bot lane that will allow him not only to enter enemy territory, which he has been doing, setting down some vision, but also take objectives for free. He took 2 Void Grabs towards the top side of the map, and right here what you really need is before the Void Grabs really spawn on the top side, you want to be able to take that Caitlyn and rotate her around the map. Use the... Oh my god.
Shanks just about gets away with his life. No global ultimate.
He just got to lane.
Wait, he's got no TP.
He just got to lane.
Yeah, Care is dominating this mid matchup after what has to be said as some pretty tough games in this series. Shanks picks the Yone. It is not working as an answer to the Aurora.
Meanwhile, top lane pretty stable, how you would expect it. Ale onto the cannon. He chose this matchup, of course. Bullying Cassante around a little bit. Gain himself a very insignificant for the time being lead. However, if you want to play towards Void Grabs, you know that FPX is going to be walking into a cannon. So ZDZ's job is shoving this cannon out of the team fight the same way as he did with Alice Renekton in the previous one. Shanks walking into Milky Way.
Nicely done here by Milky Way to punish the enemy mid lane, although nearly
Hold up.
loses his life for it. Yeah, Shanks not willing to pull the fate sealed there, but if it hit, if he had pulled the trigger, that would be potentially a dead Milky Way unless he manages to get his ultimate out in time. Great pressure, though, from Shanks onto the enemy jungler. He's traded half his health, though.
I feel like because of that trade, Doctum is heading towards the bot side of the map. They are prioritizing taking towers with that Caitlyn. Collector already completed. They do not want to fight again into the cannon. It is very, very scary to go into Ale when he has flash, when Leandris has been completed for this cannon. FPX are making the right choices right here, not wanting to fight into this. Instead, they're capitalizing on the fact that Doctum has his first item, and the Hope showing bot, they can actually deprive him of some CS and experience that Doctum's shoving under tower.
I was going to say, I was nervous that Hope was going to walk to the tower then, and that would not be very good for his health. It has to be said. Dive angle there for FPX as they send Milky Way to that bottom lane to continue to pressure these towers, while Care continues to pressure in the mid lane, but he's caught, forced to flash away. Croco now trying to get involved in the 1v1, but Care manages to disengage from the play and move down towards the bottom lane where the rest of his team is in play. Great handshake from KL, but no one really in range to follow up.
This one was a gentleman's agreement handshake. It was, I'll shove you this way, but nothing's really going to happen. But what has happened on the bot side of the map is that Doctum has taken down an entire tower with full tower platings. Game 3 repeating itself. Doctum onto this Caitlyn. So freaking oppressive. And we saw FPX pretty much use him as their artillery in game number 3 to take down every other tower that exists on the map. This time around, they're going to put him towards that mid lane. Only 2 tower platings. And mid lane tower is one of the most important in the map because it pretty much, if it goes down, there's so much darkness around your map that you need to take care of. Croco now looking for that top side.
Feels tense, doesn't it? But FPX, despite a fairly quiet early game, 2,000 gold up. Care has been found locked up by the lightning. Gets a bit of damage down, but there we go. Croco finds the hat trick on the board for the Zyra. This pick that honestly had fallen out of favor, but Croco is making it work in this game. He's keeping AL in this game.
And Ale now gets to hammer that tower as well. Double tower plating going on to this cannon. 400 gold lead. Leandris completed already, as we mentioned earlier. The Rift Trail is going to be coming up, but I feel like AL do not necessarily have the tools right now to fight it, especially with Cannon Ultimate being down. So FPX do have a chance of shoving in that mid lane.
Oh, Fate's
actually-
call.
oh.
Milky Way is in the area as Kyle
Wait, what?
flashes for a handshake. They just all in. Onto Doctor, but the roots are there from Croco as well. What a play from anyone's legend. Everyone's legends here in this game.
Kalista, Renata, one of the deadliest lanes. LPL made sure the world knows a couple of splits back. And Hope and Kyle play so aggressively, shutting down Doctor. Now they can walk into River.
Kyle gets a double route onto, Croco gets a double route, and Ala is here. ZDZ
Oh!
with the flash all out onto Ala and sets up for Milky Way, but the Fate Sealed gets Shanks into the plane. It's 2 for 1. Hope narrowly dodges the Q3, and Life can't get in time.
But Doctor is back up and he's heading towards that mid lane, which means they cannot start the Dragon yet. No major objective being taken down, but this mid lane will get completely unguarded. There's no HP bars from AL to guard this one, so Doctor will definitely be chipping this one down. The TP coming through from Shanks to defend it.
Oh, he lands on a trap. It's beautiful from Doctor, but Shanks will flash to safety. This is the series we wanted. This is more like it, FPX.
We said it! There's 2 things you cannot do in front of a Caitlyn. TP and Zhonya's. And Shanks TPs onto this tower. Hope and Kyle flashing forward with the Renata ult as well. Sorry, with the Kalista ult to pin down Doctam. And Milky Way was like a millisecond too late with his ultimate to try and save his AD carry. Double pick right there from the AL bot lane. And that was a very great 2v2. However, ZDZ right here gets so clutch on this jump, and we've mentioned how he's been so proficient in showing down the LPL. The flash ult to take Cannon out of this fight. Absolutely beautiful.
I mean, the difference between ZDZ on Aurora versus ZDZ on Cassante.
Just give him Cassante,
it's
man.
night and day, isn't it? we saw him getting the kill onto Ala's Renekton in the previous game as well. ZDZ just knows how to take over a game on Cassante, doesn't he? And honestly, I don't know why FPX was so into the Aurora at the start of this series, at least for the top lane, trying to make these weird things happen. Because now that they're playing Cassante top, it all feels so much better.
And the map is pretty much dead even. You see Ala with that cannon. He has the Void Grub's buff as well. They did manage to get 4 from the side of AL. He's chipping down the towers. Both bot lane and top lane don't have any towers left standing for AL. And the first tower falling for FPX as well down the bot lane due to Ali that we mentioned. And right now, this is a very even game. Very, very even game. And you are playing from the side of AL. A very short range, an all-in, but a very short range composition. If FPX can survive the first engage using that Kindred ult and utilizing the second life it gives you, we could potentially be looking at FPX having a pretty good time in those fights.
4 stacks for Milky Way as well, worth keeping our eyes on that. But he's really not been the main character of this one. It's all been about Doctum getting the damage down. ZDZ on that Cassante, a fantastic little play there. But AL, it does feel like the last couple of minutes have been in their favor. They were 2,000 gold down, it's even now. And they are stood on a ward. As FPX try and move into the jungle, it's spotted by Shanks as the ward comes on in.
Great vision control right here from FPX. I feel like it's exactly what they need with the composition they have to try and set down for the Caitlyn. And especially when you're playing with 4 squishes on this side of the map, as ZDZ on the Cassante, it's all the way down bot lane, you really need that vision control to make sure you don't get jumped on. There is so much engage potential coming in from AL and so many flank potential as well with the cannon that you've got to cover all your angles.
That ward has got so much value. Croco flashes to safety and he just turns it around onto Milky Way. Knockup is there. The shield doing a lot from life as Milky Way does get out with his life. Is this all just a really intelligent bait from AL? Did they know? I mean, they surely knew the ward was there because Milky Way used his W and it propped onto Kyle. I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe the W just goes into her brushes. I don't think so, though.
That is a pretty advantageous trade, though, for FPX right here. Oh,
knock up into Fate Sealed and Shanks. Nearly one shot's care. The root slam from Croco as well. Shanks tries to get onto this tower. They just want to finish the tower. They don't even care about the kills. Finish the tower they will. Now gold lead wrestled in favor of AL. It's just like those 2 games from the regular season where FPX start strong, win the bot lane, but can't finish it out.
Yeah, and right here, Doctum, even though he's been doing a lot of work, only 300 gold in the lead. As a reminder, in game number 3, he was 2,000 gold up, almost 20 minutes into the game. He was absolutely dominating. Right here, he does have the items, but they don't necessarily have that full control that they did with the Caitlyn in game number 3. Every single tier 1 tower is down for AL, so they can try and utilize that fog of war for themselves. Although Milky Way, he's walking straight into that fog of war. Oh no.
He's walking towards
They're
them,
waiting.
and there we go, the roots come on through. Lamb's respite in time, it keeps Milky Way alive for the time being, but the hostile takeover keeps him in the play. He's flashed, but straight into the open arms of Allah. Shanks has gone down in the meantime, but so has ZDZ, and it's AL making a brush play this time.
Beautiful play right there, dodging vision from FPX to try and catch out Milky Way. Not only do they take his life, his ultimate, but also very valuably, his flash. Life and Doctum try their hardest to try and pressure out some waves, but AL seem to have an easier time just brute forcing into the jungle of FPX. And I'm getting a little bit worried because, again, when you're playing the Caitlyn, you need to be the first one at the objective to be able to set up with your traps, use the poke as people walk through the ramp. If AL can so easily walk into your jungle due to lack of vision, you see Life just now clears out the vision, but it's a little too late. AL utilizing that window of opportunity so well to get that pick.
Shanks, unfortunately, zips back to 3 people, so it is 1 kill for FPX, but that's all they get on the back of the play. Fantastic little picks from AL, and it's these little plays that are separating the 2 teams. 10-5 AL with a 1,000 gold lead, and I have to say, Croco is having a magnificent game. I'm amazed Hope is even relevant in this game, but his scoreline is actually very positive down in CS, but considering the pressure that has been put towards his bottom side from FPX, it's miraculous he's even in the game. Drake started by AL, as the Herald comes down the mid lane. Ala's going to try and defend that one. FPX, bit of a split decision here.
That's a little bit of a fake play. They're trying to utilize the fact they have the Herald to put pressure into that mid lane, but there's no real pressure. It's just a bonk, so there's no tower that's been lost for AL. I feel like this play is a little bit too old to be continued. I feel like if you're going to give up a dragon, play for a side lane. Get ZDZ or Doctum on the top side of the map, utilize that Rift Herald to threaten an inhibitor potentially. You take that tier 2 of the bot lane or the top lane. Well, most likely the top lane because it's further away from the dragon play, right? And maybe you can try and force TPs. But just pushing it straight down that mid lane is just very defendable from AL. They get away with the dragon and they save the tower.
Care. Gets a good little trade onto Croco there, dodges away from the root. But AL posturing around this Baron. I mean, it's Zyra, remember? Zyra's kind of fallen out of the meta a little bit, but she's damn good at rushing down a Baron. So's Kalista too. Kalista, this is an on-hit Kalista. This ain't any of that lethality nonsense that we saw earlier in the year. This is real Kalista that absolutely shreds a Baron.
The real deal.
Yeah. Resets though from AL. They won't actually commit to a Baron play right now, or will they? Pings and Croco is stood in the pit. He's waiting for his team to come. They're going to rush this.
It's been pinged, actually. There's 4 plants right there, 5 plants, and you can commit your ultimate. But reminder, if you do commit your ultimate, then you do not have a way to peel back. So let's see if Croco's gonna commit the ultimate right here to try and take the Baron down. He doesn't need to, he's got 20 carries with him.
He didn't use the ultimate. Milky Way denied entry by Allah, who just evaporates the health bars, gets a bit of a heal. There's Baron, but can they escape with their lives? Croco gets the bailout, and now the flank comes on through. Ken tries to save the day, but Shanks actually sacrificed himself to make the kill happen. 3 remain for AL. They got the Baron. Can they get out? Life is trying to hold them in play, and Doctum gets a flank with a Hex Gate. Croco so low as Kael dodges away from the Q. Milky Way still in the scene as well as he goes for a flank, and Doctum flashes into all 3 of them, but he loses his own life for the challenge. Croco down. Life is in a 1v2 at this point as Hope flashes towards him, gets a shield, and gets out with his life.
way.
Milky Way in a 1v1 with Kael. There's no way Kael can take on the Kindred. Every Baron buff gone.
FPX clear the map. AL pull the trigger on a Baron to force FPX to fight them, but they take too much damage in the process, and FPX just clear them. Now that mid lane tower is going to fall, and Care might be in trouble here. Shanks and Ale, well, looking towards him, but he does have his flash available, so Care will be safe for now. Magnificent play from FPX to play around the poke, use the Hex Gates as well to wrap around.
Imagine if FPX were playing like this in the first 2 games. It would be a
Can we
very
just reset the
different
timer?
series, wouldn't it? I mean, it's a great start for AL to try and deny entry from the enemy jungler.
Yes and no. Ale is basically sacrificing his life for this Baron, and AL do a great job right here, but the wraparound comes through, and Shanks dives too much forward, losing his life, and we're going live because there's more fighting.
Oh my god, it's already kicked off again, and Care's gone live, chunked out as well as Croco hunts for a little bit more. Don't know if he'll be able to find it with the slow coming on through, but Hope is trying to chase. AL, they've found something, maybe they can turn it into something in the mid lane as well. One pick onto Care, is it enough?
There's only 3 members of FPX in that mid lane, and Shanks with a threatening flank on the top side of the map.
Yeah.
Second mid lane tower is going to be going to the side of AL. Losing Care right there actually really does hurt, and ZDZ was not posing much of a threat on the bot side of the map after shoving in that wave. Now AL have their sights on the top side of the map. I think Milky Way was also spotted towards the bot side, so they know they still have numbers advantage as Care doesn't have TP. He's gonna come back to life right now, but that's 2 very quick towers for AL.
And AL balloon that gold lead in their favor. It's 3,500 with Drake coming up in 40 seconds. And I want to remind everyone of the stakes of this game as well, because this could be the end of the run towards Worlds for either team. So this is, I guess, the start of the play. It's ZDZ and Ale. Was ZDZ killing? I didn't even see that on the scoreboard.
Oh.
ZDZ finds yet another solo kill onto Ale. ZDZ, as long as he's not on Aurora, is absolutely running Ale today.
Ale getting locked into the ultimate right here from Care, but that's the ultimate down for Care in 10 seconds. For the next dragon, that ultimate is going to be huge being down. Let's see if Ale right here can find a flank onto this cannon. Care taking a lot of poke.
Croco tanks up the ace in the hole here, and AL just start this Drake off. FPX have to try and move in. Milky Way wasn't even here, he was showing on the mid wave. That's why AL are trying to just rush the dragon down, and rush it they will. Stranglethorns come on through, FPX. I mean, I'm surprised AL was still posturing for a fight there, but FPX, they've got a wave down mid lane, so they'll be able to get a tier 2 in trade.
Great stuff right there from AL, taking that dragon. However, as you mentioned, they're going to lose their tier 2 in the process, but now seeing 2 members of AL staying on the map, what stops FPX from just taking straight up their inhibitors? This is a 3 versus 5. If they kill them here, they could even end the game.
AL are playing with fire by making this trade. It's going to be a tier 2 for Ale and Shanks as Croco goes through a Hex Gate as well. Doesn't push for more, just trying to stop any recalls to try and get these solo laners an inhibitor potentially. There's TP from ZDZ, but the handshake should be able to come in and cancel that one. And ZDZ jumped out. FPX still grouped as 5. No inhib taken though by the AL solo laners. They'll crash a massive wave, but that's all they'll get. FPX, I mean, a great snap decision on that mid lane.
Yeah, and that was very scary as well, right? Because
the Winions? Oh my god, one more auto! It's gone down! They actually get the inhib tower!
that got very scary towards the end, especially when Kael got the handshake onto ZDZ and cancelled the teleport, because Ale and Shanks both dipped into Fog of War. And you're moving us forward potentially into a Kennen Yone combo. So that was very scary for FPX, had to walk straight into their base. And now again, it's a fight for vision. 50 seconds until the next Baron, and Croco already has his position ready and waiting for anyone to walk in. Milky Way does have ultimate and flash, so maybe he could try for a face check right here. ZDZ's teasing the gate.
The core on the Stranglethorns. It's a triple knock-up and follow-up there as the Lamb's Respite saves their lives. ZDZ looking for more, but the hostile takeover means nobody can come and join in. Shanks in a 1v4 on the top side of the player. ZDZ escapes with his life, and AL try and save their mid laner, but Care's gone too far forward, takes a bad trade. Nobody dies
still
somehow. There. Like you say, ZDZ in enemy territory. He escapes to the other side of the map.
He was teasing the gate from the base to try and bait AL. Now AL are on the hunt. I'm pretty sure he'll be able to walk through mid over to the bot side of the map. Doesn't have his teleport available, so let's see if AL will try to pull anything else. Oh, they're diving in again. They're looking.
They're spotted on a ward. I don't think they can find anything more. And importantly,
This is so
AL
tense.
ultimately, after all of that, AL do maintain control of the Baron area. FPX have to face check in here. They have to try and find their way in, but it's already being rushed. AL, they just pull the trigger on the Baron again. Croco is waiting over the wall, wants to find himself a combo. Stranglethorns is almost back off the cooldown to ZDZ. Tanks so much damage, doesn't have his ultimate, the shield at the last second, but Croco in from the side, throws some plants!
Oh!
And Dogdom does it again! Another one shot in the late game from this Caitlyn.
KL walks into the trap. Doctor absolutely one-shotting him right there. And now AL have to deal with two things. The Baron being started potentially by FPX and their base going down. There's double super minions in the mid lane. There's still TP from Ale. Let's see what FPX choose to do here. They need to pull that TP or pressure the base.
Croco's over the wall, has flash, has smite. FPX 5-man strong. It's a 2v5 on the map right now as Shanks is trying to toy with them, trying to distract them. Croco's on a ward though. He's spotted by ZDZ. Plants in the pit. ZDZ is getting pretty chunked by the Baron at this point. FPX have had to back away because of the flank from Ala as well. And Baron half resets 7k, and in goes Ala to save the day. 1-for-1, but the Milkman is down. Ala hates yogurt confirmed as Hope dives in onto Doctor, and Croco finishes them off. AL are done with FPX's miracle run. They don't believe in miracles. They believe in the wandering Ronin. They believe in their own story as they march one step closer to Worlds.
Incredible aggression from Kael and Hope, flashing forward, both of them, for the winning team fight, for the winning handshake, and AL show that it was just a fluke. They're back.
The Wandering Ronin, 2 from LCK, 2 from WE, 1 from EDG, but they come together to form this team alongside Tabe, and AL keep their dreams alive. They make it into the 3rd round of the LPL playoffs.
What incredible resilience. We looked at the bot lane at the beginning of game number 4, playing Kalista Renata into double poke. Hope and Kael were stuck under tower for majority of this game and made such decisive plays, diving forward into the jaws of a shark and beating the shark down. The Phoenix will not be reborn, and all the Milky Way faithfuls that wanted to see him in Worlds, wanted to see him versus the best of the best, will have to wait for at least one more year as FPX's road ends here.
Tough to see for Milky Way. The end of his rookie year. I think a lot of people expected him at internationals, but it's not meant to happen, unfortunately, here in 2024. We'll see him again in 2025. But for now, anyone's legend. What a start to playoffs. 3-1, relatively convincing, although the last 2 games a little dicier from them. But great to see them in form, great to see them performing more like the start of summer and less like that 5-loss streak that they have now broken.
AL is one of the most interesting teams in terms of studying them, because I feel like they have so much versatility in terms of champion pools, in terms of the drafts that they provide, the fact that they know exactly how those drafts work going into these games, because you can draft whatever you want. If your players cannot complete the task, it's a different story. I feel like Tabe walking into this team and showing them all that, and I feel like AL are just performing incredibly, reading FPX, knowing who their main carry is, which was Milky Way, shutting him down early on, and then they lose that game 3 into the Caitlyn, and they come back with a plan for that Caitlyn lane, and it just worked wonderfully. Maybe not in the early game, because there are a couple of hiccups, but they played so heavily for that. Croco didn't even visit the top surface jungle for 5 minutes.
I mean, it was Such a game of back and forth down in that bottom side in this last one. And I love the way that AL adapted, right? Because in game number 3, we saw this Caitlyn just take over. Game number 4, they're like, right, Kalista Renata, we've got a Zyra that's just going to camp bot lane for the entire laning phase. And Doctum still did a lot of work in this game, but he wasn't just far and away ahead in the way that he was in game number 3. It was a great answer from AL. And I love the late game, like, vision play that we got to see from AL as well. So many of these late game fights were down to one team losing vision, either of Baron or of a certain brush. Ala trying to find a flank, Croco trying to find a flank. I mean, we saw the one near enemy blue buff, right, where they all hid in that little brush just next to blue buff. We saw Ala's flank coming out just before the Baron in the final play as well. Like, so many great vision plays coming out from AL.
Absolutely, and I think he threw his life in as well at the end, Ale, to make sure that completely the Baron was being stopped right there, because ZDZ kept going back and forth, tanking shots and keeping it alive at 7k. So one pick potentially from FPX and they could have finished this Baron. Now, of course, AL's road to Worlds does not get concluded here. This is step number 1 of 2 steps. They need top 4 to lock regional qualifiers, so they still have a long way to go. But if you are a JDG faithful, with this win from AL, JDG have locked into the regional qualifier, so they still have a chance at making Worlds. I know it was a very heartbreaking series versus NIP. JDG have made it to the regional qualifier, and that's all we need to know.
And I mean, let's take a look at some more of these shenanigans, because these
that was
fights were so
beautiful.
sick. Kael with the double knockup into the Stranglethorns. I mean, gorgeous combo out from AL in the late game.
And again, I feel like this series sort of drifted away from what we expected to be a very mid lane heavy fight, and it just transitioned down that bot lane. I feel like the reason why it transitioned down that bot lane is because Doctum and Life were probably the best performing players of FPX. So FPX resorted into playing for them, and AL tried to capitalize on shutting down the only winning hope for FPX, I want to say, right here. Doctum had a fantastic 2 games onto this Caitlyn. However, it was not enough. As you can see, AL taking the series 3-1, and honestly, great stuff for them, right? They were coming off of a 5-game lose streak, 5 series even lose streak. So taking this one convincingly must be really good for the mental support for them as well.
Yeah, really, really nice stuff coming out from AL. I think across the board, a pretty good series. I will say Ala had some really big moments. Also getting solo kill quite a few times in this series. Definitely something to be concerned about, because his next opponent is Top Esports and 369. That's not a matchup you can go into looking weak, is it? I think AL, they're going to have their work cut out for them going up against Top Esports in the next round. They still need to win that one if they want to try and make it to Worlds. But Ala, again, had some real highlights as well. Had some great moments to control this game.
I feel like he was quiet for majority of the game, again, because it was very bot-centric. However, whenever you saw him on the screen, he was willing to throw his life in to save a Baron, to keep Milky Way away, to zone people off, to stop the Baron from going on. So I feel like there was a very big objective in terms of how L liked to play their games, and they were all on the same page. Again, I feel like FPX found the way they want to play the game a little bit too late. ZDZ looked good onto that Cassante. The front to back looked better. Milky Way on champions that can clear the jungle a little bit faster than his opponent. However, it was a little bit too little, too late. You asked, we asked for the series to be reset now that FPX have found their stride, but that's not how League of Legends works, and AL had their number.
Yeah, I mean, I think if FPX had played at this form from the start, we'd maybe be going to 5 games, honestly. It felt like these last 2 were very, very even bouts, but the first 2 games so heavily one-sided towards AL. And some fantastic team fighting coming out from FPX in the late stages of the game to try and punish these AL players, try and punish the Baron plays, like so back and forth between the 2 teams. I mean, this play, literally 1 person remains on the entire map. The Milkman, the last man standing from this play.
The one that everyone wanted to see going forward, but it's not going to be the case. And I feel like AL just read FPX like a book. I want to take it all the way back to spring. Xiaolahu said, you cannot ban our jungler. He will carry no matter what. Yeah, maybe that was the case back in spring, you know, back when all the junglers were playing more of a facilitating role, and Milky Way was pretty much the black sheep among the white sheep. But right now, he has blended in. Everyone can play those types of junglers, and it's pretty much to your team to make sure that they facilitate for you, so you are set up to carry an FPX. First thought on that today.
And one player I really want to mention as well is Shanks. Shanks had a fantastic series for himself. I think Shanks has had a fantastic year for himself coming over from WE, and for me, very much becoming the name of AL for the squad here. Like, and I think Care's triple MVP performance against TT into a performance like this is a testament to how well Shanks has played today. He has really, I want to say, exposed Care in that mid lane. I'm really excited to see Shanks versus Cream in the next round of playoffs, because I feel they are both players that this year have really separated themselves from the pack, and I feel like that is just going to be such a high quality mid lane matchup. There's no universe I am missing that series.
I feel like this is going to be such an exciting game overall, because you've got Tien back in his confident side. He's playing your face, he's invading you. Croco was doing just that to Milky Way. We're gonna have an absolute banger of two junglers constantly trying to mind game and invade each other, and if you misstep once, your game is absolutely done. Now, of course, AL's journey has not been that easy so far. They failed to make playoffs over in spring, one game short of making playoffs, into a very dominating placement, 7-1 in summer, into a very dominating group ascent start, 3-0 in series, into a heartbreaking 5-loss series right after this. Coming into playoffs, you know you need to secure 2 wins, and your second opponent is Top Esports, and you have to beat them to qualify into the regional qualifier. It's going to be a big, tough task for AL.
I mean, it certainly is. I think Top Esports probably the favorite of the tournament, at least in my eyes. I know that not everyone agrees with that, since, you know, they're not even top 2 in terms of seeding, but for me, for my money at least, Top Esports are the favorite for the LPL. That will be AL's next opponent. So, you know, we were talking about an FPX miracle run potentially. Right now, the miracle run goes towards the side of AL. If they could beat Top Esports to make it into top 4, to make it into regionals, and potentially make it to the World Championship, that would be something else. It would be worthy of rivaling that of NIP on the top side of the bracket as well, who've gone all the way from round 1, beat JDG, now have Weibo as their next opponent. That'll be our series tomorrow. So, I mean, it's just too exciting at the minute.
And that's crazy, because AL came in as dark horses. No one necessarily, apart from Nymera, fine. No one necessarily expected AL to do that well. And when they took the whole league by storm, I feel like their macro was on point, the way they were playing through side lanes, the way they were capitalizing on very small mistakes. It reminded me a lot of BLG. I feel like BLG has this sort of macro. As Croco right here, very deserved MVP that he didn't get in game number 2, where he also deserved it, playing fantastically well. But this Zyra single-handedly made sure that that bot lane came out alive.
I think
he ganked level 3, level 3, level 4, level 5, level 6, and I'll stop counting here because a bunch more times he did that too.
I think Croco has had a fantastic series, and to be honest, I think, as you say, could have got more MVPs in the series, to be honest. Really, really intelligent pathing, not just going for the default Zyra clear, playing according to the game. Really, really good stuff. Great roots as well. I feel like that's something that's never talked about with Zyra, is just hitting the skill shots. I feel like Croco did a phenomenal job of just managing to find that route every single time they needed to, and comboing into the strangleforms.
And look at that patience as well, right? Kael and Croco. I think specifically this moment where they sneak in through vision before life gets onto the map to put down any control wards of that sort was absolutely beautiful. And I feel like one of the main reasons why AL did so well today wasn't only just their read, but also how Croco capitalized on the read that he had on the map, on the advantages that he got through that vision that was given to him. As you mentioned, very intelligent pathing, not allowing Milky Way to play his own game, constantly stealing his camps, making sure that he shadows any gank that Milky Way is trying to put through. And basically, when you take Milky Way away from FPX, they do tend to struggle a lot, and that was what AL wanted, and they achieved that.
Yeah, if you took the nameplates off, showed me this series and said, okay, who's the superstar rookie jungler? I'd say it was Croco, not Milky Way today. Fantastic day coming out from Croco. I do want to clarify something I said a minute ago. I said tomorrow's matchup. We do actually not have a matchup tomorrow. It'll be the day after tomorrow.
The day after.
The ZIP and Weibo play. So I just wanted to correct myself there slightly. But a fantastic day. What a day of games we've had. AL do come out as the winners in the end. But my goodness, FPX fighting back in the last 2 games. It's a really sad end to the story for Milky Way. He's had an amazing year. I'm really excited to see what roster changes are made for this roster. If Milky Way does stay on FPX, we'll have to wait and see during the offseason what happens for him and for the squad going into next year. But that'll be the end of their story. AL, however, they earned the right to continue their story this year. And that'll be in a few days' time. But the day after tomorrow, Thursday, we'll have Weibo up against NIP. NIP on a bit of a miracle run, taking down JDG. I don't think anyone expected Weibo and NIP to be in the top 4 after their placement group, to be quite honest. But they will be fighting for top 4 on Thursday.
Let's be honest, NIP didn't beat anyone in Group Percent. No one, not even LGD. And for them to show up in such form, Rookie is back. He showed it on the Rift. And I feel like the whole consistently inconsistent narrative for Weibo Gaming does not apply to them, particularly this season. I feel like, if anything, they've looked as the more consistent teams that we have over in the LPL. So this would be an absolutely insane sort of challenge, I want to say, for both of these teams, specifically for Weibo Gaming, to try and shut down an NIP that looks on fire right now.
Yeah, they've certainly got that momentum. 2 series already under their belts. We'll see if that story can continue on Thursday. Make sure you are there. We'll certainly be there in chat. My name is Munchables. I've been joined by Trouble to bring you the games today. It's been our pleasure to watch the Panda Warriors make it further in the bracket. But that'll be it from us. We'll see you on Thursday for NIP versus Weibo. We'll see you there in chat. But until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.